Hi everyone, how are you? How's it going? What's poppin'? I hope y'all are doing good. Let's see who took my first today. First was taken by Oral. Thank you so much, Oral, for taking my first today. Makes me very happy that you could be my first. We got Daily Pillows, we got Oral, Oka, Red, Jeremy, Alex, Barb, and Coffee. Thank you so much for grabbing your daily pillows. I'm going to be nice and comfy cozy with your daily pillows. Hi, Jacob on YouTube. Welcome in. And thank you so much, Oka, for the raid. I was literally just on Oka's channel like 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, I was on Oka's channel like 10 minutes ago. We were playing Ace Attorney Investigations together. And seeing one of the top contenders for World's Worst Father, actually. It was a fun game. It's a fun game. We'll be playing more of that tomorrow on Oka's channel as well. So if you're not following Oka, you should. You should be following Oka. Yeah, good night, Oral. I know you stayed up past your bedtime. Have a good night. Sweet dreams. Today, we are playing Moondusk Masquerade. I played the demo for this several months ago, actually. I found the Kickstarter for this game and they had the demo available, and I was like, ooh, let me play it, you know. So we checked it out, and now the game has officially come out. It is finished and it is out. It is released onto Steam. You can buy the full game now, which is what this is. We have the full game version. So I'll actually be able to start on a love interest route this time, which is really exciting. Hi, Sammy. Hi, Nordy. Hi, Fi. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. But yeah, so we're going to be playing. I'm thinking we'll either do her or we'll do him. I'm not sure. I'm not really a Duke of the North type of person, but I do like these two from the demo at least. So I think we'll depending on how things go, we'll see which route we end up on and where we end up headed. But it'll probably be one of these two. I'm a little undecided at the moment, but we'll see where it goes. But this is like a fairy tale Cinderella x fairy prince / princess type of like High Faerie Court shenanigans thing, which is so up my alley. I love fairy tale romance. I love fae like themed stuff, so I'm hyped. I'm ready. My body is ready. Ooh, there we go. Create save. What is your name? My name is Dere. Once upon a time, the fair lunar lands of Celeroon was where all of my favorite storybooks and fairy tales took place. Gonna have to turn the lights down for this one. Yeah. It's gonna be very romantic. I'm a slut for romance. What can I say? A land where the Celestite fairies would gather for glorious balls and rejoice under the moonlight. A realm where the enchanting surprises would welcome you in every corridor. Be it the endless crescent cascades or gossamer delights, or perhaps if you're lucky, even the hand of a handsome fairy prince. There was a time where I believed that I would someday find myself in such a world beyond the rosy fields of Vestim, where I once called home. And now, I wake up every morning in Celeroon, wishing I could reverse my fate. Dere! Dere, where are you? I can't find my other dancing slipper. Dere, I need you to finish combing my braid out. Oh, and my hem needs mending, and my brooch tore again. Dere, where could you possibly have hidden that other bloody slipper? Didn't you hear me now? You need to bring the needle and thread right now. Dere! Dere! This is my life now. A life of servitude in the court of Moondusk. The fairies here say that I should be grateful for having been spared and taken in instead of being banished back to Vestim after the Chroma Wars. It all happened when I was just a child with nowhere left to call home, And all because my fellow mortals had tried to conquer the forbidden realm of lunar fairies. In the process, the mortals even led the extinction of the umbral fairies. Needless to say, the fairies were the clear victor in that war. Did you check the ballroom? Yeah. She was at the ball already. With their shrill voices and pattering across every room, I had no choice but to figure out which of my foster sisters to attend to first. Choosing either of them first is always going to be the wrong answer, but here goes nothing. I brought the needle and thread to Briar. Which part of the hem needs mending? All of it, really. I never realized you left it uneven, and I can't stop looking at it. Just look at that raw edge right here, see? Hi, Marge. No matter how many times I stare at that hem, all I see is my delicate needlework along a perfectly scalloped edge. Are we looking at the same spot? Because I don't see any... Well, of course you don't. You don't want to take any responsibility for it. Damn, bro. Ugh. I knew I should have just pushed Mom to have the tailor take care of it. Why she insisted upon letting you put your grubby hands on it, I will never know. If only Lady Rodera would stop clenching her purse as usual, but... I've lived long enough with the Oberstaries to know that I'd be the real fairy tale. Yeah. Her actually spending her money. Honestly, the last thing I need is to be looking like I've been caught in the wind right when Pris Callan asked me to by Cosmia's fate, Derry. Clad in a crinkled satin, Anemone comes crunching in and yanks me by the arm. Are you spellbound, or do you think you can simply get away by ignoring me? The carriage has already arrived and I still can't find my dancing slipper. What do you think Mother will do when she sees that I'm not wearing the diamond pair that she bought me to match my mask? Did you check under the bed? That's where the ruby slippers were last time. Well, Spellbound is a marvelous word. Shame it doesn't get used enough. Well, now's your chance. You can simply, for free 99, you can incorporate that into your vocabulary to use on a regular basis. If people can say Sigma and Riz IRL, you can use sick words like spellbound whenever you want to. All right, nobody's gonna stop you. I'm sorry I can't make to the dance Friday. I'm spellbound. Yeah. You, go check for me. I've already looked everywhere and I'm frazzled as it is. No, Dara, you need to fix my hem. How about you wait until after I find my slipper? How about you wait for once instead of always going first? How is that possible when it's always you who's... Darlings, please. The carriage is already here. You both best be making your way to it now. The last thing you want is for one of the Meadowberry sisters to steal the first dance with Pris Callan as usual. Fine, I'll be ready in a moment's breath. As will I, Mummy. I wouldn't dare let Lavender Meadowberry take my spot again. They're named like My Little Pony horses. I know, it's because they're supposed to be named after like flowers and shit. But they sound like ponies. Also, J-Bomb, thank you so much for the gift sub to coffee. Thank you so much. Thank you. You'll still have to wait for the second spot once Callan asks me to dance first, though. I will not. Darlings, carriage, now. Your father is waiting. As for you, Dere... With a sharp breath, Lady Rodera points at me. I know I should be afraid of what's to come, but surely it's nothing I've seen before from my so-called foster mother. That is, if she even cares to call herself that anymore. My dear, dear Dere, nothing bereaves me more than having to remind you what this evening means to this family, especially to your sisters. Our attendance to this masquerade ball is not only necessary, but also a duty to this court. I'll have you know that if one of your sisters does well for herself tonight, even you might come to reap some of the benefits. Perhaps then you wouldn't lament your lack of invitation, now would you? Well, you shouldn't even be upset at us for omitting you. The moondusk court has its traditions regarding certain species, especially since the war ended. So why not simply support your sister's prospects instead? Perhaps I'll find my own invitation someday. Perhaps. Yet for someone who claims to be grateful for being rescued when she did, one would think you'd cease making this about yourself again. With the current negotiations in place, I hardly doubt the court has any plans to change their stance on mortals and Vesdim anyway. You're not about to say that you miss that wretched place, do you? One would reasonably miss anywhere they once had pleasant memories in. Surely you're not referring to the ones with your neglectful family, are you? The ones who would rather let you starve than to stop invading our realm's portals? You've made your point, my lady. I don't need the memories. Well, good, because I wouldn't want you to be recollecting anything shocking. In fact, consider it a blessing in disguise that you won't have to be subjected to tonight's gossip. There's certain families who still don't see eye to eye about the sparing the surviving mortals after the war, and that's heartbreaking, isn't it? Now mind the house and see to it that breakfast will be ready for us by the time we return in the morning. Oh, and one more thing. Yes? An enemy wants milkberries with their morning porridge, freshly plucked. With that, Lady Rhodera dons her plumed mask and struts out the door. As soon as the carriage disappears, I finally come to my senses. Freshly plucked? As if I didn't pluck milkberries yesterday? Holding my tongue, I pick up my basket and I march straight to the garden. Milkberries? Why milkberries? I really hope this time I don't get stung again. I cautiously approach the capricious little sapling in the corner. It already seems to know why I'm back again. As always, it starts coiling into a spiral and shakes its bulb like a rattlesnake. Oh no, not today. Although, if I'm being honest, you'd be the least venomous creature I've had to deal with this evening. Setting my basket aside, I kneel down to figure out my proper angle of attack. When it comes to celestial flora and fauna, the rule is to assume that everything is looking for a chance to outwit you. Or rather, to mainly outwit mortals. Let's see. I suppose I could try the calyx this time. The sapling is already shaking its head at me, but it knows I won't give up easily. As I reach in, I notice something sparkling from the moonstone blossoms nearby. Oh? What's happening over there? To the sapling's relief, I head towards the delicate light where a crystal envelope rests on the blossom's luminary petals. It's an envelope of some kind, but for whom? I can't tell what it's made of, but the paper keeps catching the moonlight just like the blossoms. Do you think it's because the paper itself is made of moonlight? Honestly, I'm not quite sure. Huh? I stop at once, but I don't see anyone else in the garden. Where did that voice come from just now? From the messenger, of course. Down here, Dare. Down by the door? No, down here, right beside you. The largest moonstone blossom unravels its leaf onto my hand. They said I'd find you here to deliver your invitation, and I believe I just did. My invitation? To where? To the moondusk masquerade, of course. Didn't anybody tell you that it's tonight? I kept waiting for someone to come out the bushes, but there's no one here but me and one very loquacious flower. I take it this is your first time to the ball, Dare. They say tonight's going to be a special one, perhaps even fortuitous. Prince Callan's expected to choose at least 3 potential suitors to dance with. That's 3 dances, 3 chances to lose yourself in those midnight eyes. Aye, Vortexiality, welcome in. Those brooding eyes, you mean? I've seen Anemone and Briar sketches of him hidden under their pillows. Well, they say he might not be so brooding once his special guest arrives tonight. The flower keeps gleefully pushing the letter towards me, its petals rustling under the shimmering moonlight. Go on, it's your time, Dare. This has to be a mistake. Oh, how come? You are Dare, right? The foster daughter maid of the Aubustery house? Well, more or less, but I'm also a... You're a what? I'm also under the impression that guests like me aren't allowed to attend. Or has the rule since changed? No, not exactly, but since when have rules ever applied to creatures like us? What they won't know won't hurt them. The war has left my petals of friends with some choice opinions about the Celestites anyways. I never realized the fairies had also waged war with their very own flora. Oh well, that's a tale for another day. I should consider myself lucky that you're paying this much attention to me, but I'd also be a menace if I don't send you off already. As much as I'd like that, I don't have much of anything, let alone for a ball. Unless you consider a basket a respectable accessory. So hi, Lord Tavish. Welcome in, welcome in. Well, how about I sort that out for you? We're gonna get a magic dress. We're gonna turn into Cinderella. That way you can't give me any more excuses. Now all you have to do is pluck one of my petals. Won't that kill you? Nonsense, I'm a strong one. Now just pluck a petal and fold it into the letter. Then hold it out to the moonlight, and before you know it, the second I give my offering to the moon, thin silver wisps start binding onto my clothes. A euphoric light soon overtakes me, adorning me in a silhouette made of stars and tiny moonstone blossoms. It's not until the flower gives a delightful laugh that a glittering mask graces my face and seals my fairy disguise. It looks like someone's finally ready. I'm quite pleased with your mask. I'd say it's lovelier than any of mine. How is this all possible? I've known of Celestite magic since I was brought here, but the Oberstars have never been capable of something like this before. If you're the messenger, then who sent you here? Didn't I tell you that you only have so much time? Right at this moment, there's a ball missing the one guest they don't realize they need the most. So go on, Dare. They're waiting for you. As the flower playfully laughs, I spot a floral carriage already waiting for me in front of the manor. For all the times I wished upon the moon to change my miserable fate, is this really how it's finally sending its miracle out to me? Will it really come down to a flower, a mask, and a single night to unravel my destiny under the moonlight? Even before the carriage comes to a stop, the first glimpses ahead of the decadent spires of Australis leave me speechless. For years, I've grown up listening to Briard and Emmy gush about the royal family's palace. Eventually, the topic would always lead back to Prince Callan's enormous assets, although they'd often bicker about which ones. Oh my god, is he double cheeked up on a Wednesday night? But now that I'm finally here, I'm realizing that their tales pale in comparison to the majesty before me. I step out of the carriage as masked guests show their invitations to the guards at the door. Also, Yami, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Not taking chances, I wait until they're busy with another family for me to glide past them and head for the silver stairs inside. At once, I'm welcomed into a world of twinkling gowns and heaven-whisked masks. Their glorious facades bear no hint of class, nor sensibilities, even for that matter. As far as I can barely tell whether the boisterous mothers who are pushing their offspring to go fill their dancing cards are either peasants or nobles. I'm starting to see a pattern between the Oberstaries and the other noble families of this court. However, they're still considered tiers away from the highest class in attendance tonight. I make the mistake of turning around right as the guard spots me from the staircase. Woke up to a wonderful life form. Now I go back to sleep. Like, yeah, get some rest. Sweet dreams. Me, 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 me. Oh no, surely he knows. Despite my fairy disguise, I don't waste time searching past the crowd for a corner to hide. The guard picks up his pace, refusing to lose sight of me. You there, in the silver. Where's your invitation? We can't let you in without a... Argento. What has the court told you about scaring our special guest? Guest? Is she yours then, O wise Alstramaria? Yes, absolutely. Well, go on and return to your post then. With her regal cape swishing behind her, the masked magician gracefully offers me her arm. Come along. I've been wondering when you'd arrive. I was even starting to get a little worried you'd lost your way. You've been expecting me? Well, it appears that you're my guest now, aren't you? As the Grandee Estella of this court, I was indeed told that I could invite whoever I desired. Funny how that works, isn't it? Chuckling to herself, Alstramaria sneaks a glance at Argento. Once the guard finally turns away, she drapes some of her cape down my back as we walk together. It's always so amusing when he knows he has to give up. As you see, there's nothing fearsome about Argento. You simply have to give him your most affirmative tone, and he'll assume anything you say has come from His Majesty's orders. Or mine. It's amusing watching the expression he makes, although yours is quite a sight as well. Why so surprised, my dearest guest? Are you my flower? Am I your flower? Are you trying to tease about my name? I'll have you know that I'm quite fond of it. So much so that I'm curious to know what it'll sound like when you call me by it. Oh my god. Shouldn't I be calling you by your court title, Grandia Stella? Perhaps you should be when we're among the other officials of the court, but I don't mind if we make this our first little secret. Or if you find my name to be a little too long for your taste, why not call me Maria for short? Although, if you were trying to tease me just now, then I should point out that if I'm the one who picked you out for tonight's celestial bouquet, doesn't this instead make you my flower? Well then, we should make haste. I'm sure Callan will appreciate the introduction. Wait, you don't mean the Prince Callan, do you? Well, of course. There's only one Callan in this region, and he's currently off in a corner severely lacking in stimulation. Somebody needs to get that prince to see the light, and I decree that it should be you. Am I dreaming? I couldn't possibly have heard Maria say that I'm going to be the one to save his night. As we cross deeper into the crowd of masked fairies, my world only becomes more surreal. Surely this must all be one feverish dream. Otherwise, how am I supposed to believe that Prince Callan will spare me a greeting tonight, let alone a conversation? And then what? Will he suddenly get down on one knee and propose to a mortal maid before this judgmental court? I can't help but wonder if the overstories would set this up for their own cruel amusement. While offering smiles to the other guests, Maria soon leads me to a corner swathed in silk curtains and marble pillars. My eyes first wander to the kingly fairy masked in gold and his ethereal queen as a servant offers them at each a chalice. And brooding beside them in the midnight cloak is... That's really Prince Callan? Now I'm certain this is a dream. Why only a dream? A magician's senses never lie, and I've never been wrong when it comes to reading between the lines. Before we go any further, Maria gracefully takes it upon herself to straighten my outfit. All you need to know about addressing His Majesty is one simple rule. You must never assume that you'll have the last word. When it comes to Callan, however, perhaps you could tempt his mood a little. What would make you tempt fate? Well, I don't mind a little temptation every now and then, but being the kind of fairy that I am is both a blessing and a curse. As a magician blessed by the flower clock in the heavens, I know too much to ever be surprised and too little to ever be wholly satisfied. Oh my god, you want a good luck spell? Okay. Let me cast a little magic on you then, Lord Tavish. Where's my spell? Summoning the stars to guide from above, lead with light and let Lady Luck shine. Reweave the threads of destiny, ultima fortuna. There you go. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that works for you. But if not, no refunds or returns. All right? Then again, Maria gently brushes a stray lock of my hair back and thumbs at my earrings until it catches the light. I ought to be telling you to set your sights on someone grander, but that smile might turn me into a little selfish someday. If such a thing were ever to happen, then I'd be asking for a delicious sort of danger, now wouldn't I? Maria finishes off by gently repositioning the pearls that are hanging off my mask. There, now you look perfect. Perfect for whatever destiny awaits you. With a wave of Maria's hand, the servants welcome us into the private royal circle. Hi, Tremor. I want to trust Maria that this isn't a dream, but how can someone explain being in King Kalis and Queen Calmian's presence like this? I'm well aware that not just anyone is able to meet them. Even the observaries have never shared anything more than a brief greeting before. Spotting us, the king and queen beckon us with matching mysterious smiles. There you are, Maria. We were just wondering when you'd run off this time. Don't you see that she's brought a guest? A lovely one, it seems. You always seem to have a good eye for the best dress of the night, my dear. All but Callan share a chuckle as he leans against the pillar. Imagine to my surprise when I find that our beautiful guest is also an absolute delight. As a matter of fact, I believe our guest here might have a thing or two in common with a certain son of yours. Did you hear that, my son? Mary has found you a good conversationalist. Doesn't that inspire any ideas? You've yet to offer any dances tonight. With a husky sigh, Callan finally pulls away from the pillar to face me. The moment his eyes soften, I almost forget how to breathe. Going to the gym, yeah, have a good time, J-Bomb. Get a good workout going. Would you like to dance? Even before I've taken a step, Maria prods me towards him. Yes, of course. I'd like to share a dance with you, Your Highness. Apologies for forgetting my formalities. I don't mind. Neither do my parents, if you can believe such a thing. He's telling the truth. On a night like this, everyone can fancy themselves whoever they want to be. After all, something thrilling might come out of this. So run along, my dears, and enjoy that good conversation. I'll be here, waiting with Maria, perhaps starting on those cards and invitations. Oh my gosh, she's already planning our wedding, dude. We haven't even danced yet, bro. What? Huh? Mother, please. Callan is quick to offer me his arm and lead me out of their circle before anything else could be said. Before leaving, I spot Maria taking a seat beside the queen and helping herself to a chalice. Something tells me that they'll be toasting once we're out of sight. Everything's happening so fast, especially to have this moment right here, right now, with Prince Callan. We're dancing in the moonlight. While the celestial lights and ornaments inside the palace are sights to behold, the gardens are the true wonders of the sparkling night. We should be safe here from wandering eyes for now. Or, rather, my mother's. And perhaps Maria, although she's not like the rest of us. How so, Your Highness? Some of us wear our masks for only one night. Others wear theirs all the time. They might as well be etched into their faces. Hi, Set. Welcome in. However, I doubt this conversation you've been waiting to have with me all night. Besides, Callan offers me his hand. I promised you a dance, didn't I? Reaching forth, I let Callan guide me into a slow waltz under the flower arches. So you're a friend of Maria's, aren't you? Is that all I'm going to wind up knowing about you tonight? Well, what more would you like to know? How about the fact that I can tell you've never danced with another before? Since we've started, you've been hesitating on letting me lead. Don't tell me that this is really your first time. Yeah, you took my first time. You have to take responsibility now, okay? What would you say if it was, Your Highness? If it is, then I'd say you have more courage than I do in that aspect. In spite of the many lessons my parents have put me through, I don't think I can dance half as well as what my dance partners claim. The only thing I'm grateful about from all those lessons is that it means I can teach you. Now, let me be the one to lead. He's so commanding, but there's a softness in him that's coming through. And no matter what he says, he seems to be a skilled dancer. One that would have to be in order to guide me into such a spin. Oh my gosh. See what happens when you let me lead? Nah, bro, I'm gonna top. I'm gonna top, bro. Although I should admit, you have a keen sense of timing. Maybe better than I do. You don't have to flatter me, Your Highness. I'm well aware that I have much to learn about dancing, and this court in general. So that's why I haven't seen you before. Tell me, are you from the Sunbloom Court, then? Or are you Serenvale? Couldn't that be something I share with you another day? As the Queen said, perhaps tonight is the night where I could pretend to be one from your court. Or you could also just let me guess if you won't tell me. Between you and me, I can be quite impatient for the truth. Is that all you're impatient for, your highness? Callan stops our waltz. The Lunarian roses have stopped rustling around us, as if waiting to listen for his next words. Contrary to what this court says, I'm not here to make a betrothal promise to anybody. What else was I expecting him to say? Even I know that'd be asking too much too fast. Since the war, it seems like everyone's been waiting for some new beacon of hope or change. But instead of asking me of my plans to protect this court, they'd rather ask me about who I'm gonna marry. What if marriage had always been the last thing on my mind? I suppose a prince can survive on trysts. Yeah, you could probably survive on some one-night stands, probably. But don't you want to know how it feels to fall in love? No, I'm sure you could bang if you really wanted to. I suppose a prince could survive on trysts. And you think that's what I really want? I don't know. I don't fucking know you, dude. As if my life isn't complicated enough already, you really think I want to carelessly pursue anything in sight? I mean, maybe. That'd certainly be more of a punishment than an answer to pleasure. I don't even want to imagine the gossip coming out of this court if I was so reckless. I would have assumed that the royals have the means to hide their indiscretions. Even if I could hide them, these acts still tear into the soul. Besides, I have no trouble saying if I desired another. But to act upon it, I need them to feel the same burning desire in my veins as I do for them. Oh my gosh. And I need them to, just as I need the moon to bestow its light and darkness upon me. In that case, perhaps I've misjudged you. Perhaps if more creatures could ever experience such a wondrous thing, they'd realize the real magic they're capable of. Hi, Ron. Welcome in. Does this mean that you've experienced such feeling already? With someone else? How's it going? It's going good. We're dancing with the prince right now. We've already found our flower fairy godmother, got our fancy dress, and we've gone to the ball. And now we're dancing with the prince as we talk under the moonlight. So, you know. I told myself earlier that I wouldn't ask for your name. But if I can't get your name tonight, what else can you give me instead? Will you at least tell me why you feel so familiar, and yet realms apart from me? Perhaps it's because we've both been looking for something new to believe in. Something that tells us that there's a better path ahead. Otherwise, will either of us ever be satisfied with staying as the prisoners of our own lives? Who are you? Prince Callan's fingers tilt me to him before gently brushing up to my mask. I can feel his fingers latching onto my mask, ready to peel it away from me. A part of me wants to stop him, but the other half of me wants to know that this moment will change everything. Suddenly, a dark aura soars into the night sky and shrouds the moon in an eclipse. At once, Callan pulls me into his grasp as we watch a dark mist sprawl towards the castle's spire. Stay close to me. I didn't think the beast would come tonight. The beast? The penumbral beast. Back when the mortals of Vezidim tried to return through the Asdrea portal, after seizing our magic, their souls were caught in limbo, then torn apart from them. Ooh. Those shadows up there are all that remain, and so the beast waits for nights like these to wreak havoc upon the castle. Only the castle? If we don't stop it, it can very well try to attack the villages next. So hi, Berserk. I suspect my parents and guests have noticed it by now. At the first chance we have, we should start the incantations ourselves. Then I'll take you back into the ballroom myself. Oh, what incantations? How do you not know your elemental rights? As Callan looks at me, Maria comes rushing out the door with the king and queen in tow. Soon, masked fairies come out from all sides of the castle. The penumbral beast has returned. Callan, my son, you must lead the rites. Summon the knights as well, especially Lyre. He should assist you. Why Lyre? I'm already going to commence the rites myself. I'll be finished by the time he joins, if he does. We have plenty of other guests. We should need them to help us craft a shield. With the other Celestites rushing into the garden, I'm beginning to lose sight of Callan. One by one, they're quick to reveal their majestic wings and summon the moonlight at their fingertips. I realize that it's only a matter of time before Callan expects me to summon light that I can't possess. While not all fairies have as strong of an affinity for the moon as Celestites, they can all still make contact with it. Only mortals can't, no matter how hard we wish or try. Surely once this creature is gone, Callan will want an explanation from me. If he doesn't, then there's no doubt that the king and queen will have a punishment ready for me for not participating in the rites. Callan is so far away from me now as he leads the knights and guests in conjuring an aural shield over the castle. Somewhere in the crowd, Maria must be using her powers too. I want nothing more than to go back to Maria, just to say goodbye before disappearing. All of a sudden, a gloved hand pulls me and drags me away from sight. Stop! Let go! And what, let you ruin your precious disguise? I can tell you put a lot of effort into it, but it's not nearly enough to get past me. Whomever you bartered with is clearly skilled in the finest of magic. Hi, Tony. Realizing we're far away from everyone, I take a good look at him as he calmly smooths out his cloak. That brooch on your belt, is that a royal seal? By gods, no. It's a seal of an honorary guest of the court. I'm no prince, but I'll surely be your knight. I'm suddenly recalling the king's words to Callan. Are you Sir Lyre? Or wait, you can't be if he's helping out Prince Callan. Oh, I will help him shortly. I just have something far more pressing to attend to than the usual phantasm of the night. Callan did say that this penumbral beast has been invading often. Is that why you've come all this way to the moondusk court? If you keep asking the wrong questions, you're only going to reveal your secret. As it is, you haven't been doing a decent job at hiding your mortal aura from me. What more do you know about me? Not quite enough to satisfy my curiosity yet. And from what I'm gazing upon right now, I've caught quite the lovely enigma in my grasp. Aren't you an enigma yourself? I might be, but I don't intend on keeping it that way for very long between us. Although you ought to thank me now. Had you stayed any longer dangling at the prince's side, you would have given yourself away. To begin with, what kind of fairy would not know their own rights? And most importantly, do you really believe that a beauty like you can show up and claim to be from another court so easily? Was he listening to my conversation with Callan earlier? Perhaps it might take the prince some time to figure it out. Maria, on the other hand, that one you better watch out for. She knows too much, even when she says she doesn't know anything. And now, here we are, my beautiful enigma. And look at you, a scoundrel. Please say you'll keep this between us. Ah, so you don't want your dearest prince and magician knowing what I know, do you? That does make me wonder if there's more to your little secret. That's rather exciting, the more I think about it. A secret between us, one that binds us together like chains. So, does that mean you'll keep this a secret? Well, that depends on a few things. The first being if you'll tell me how you managed to find your way through the Astrodia portal. With a sigh, Lyre brings my hand to his lips and peers at me in fascination. The portal's been sealed for far longer than you've likely been alive, making you even more of an interesting enigma. Sounds so kinky. Yeah. Bro said, I like the handcuffs. I like the chains. If you're talking about mortals, aren't there plenty left who couldn't return after the war? Or have you been hiding all this time to believe such a thing? Let me tell you something that you ought to have known before setting foot here tonight. If there are any mortals left in these lands, they certainly wouldn't be able to find their way into this palace, not even as servants. Also, hi, dog. Welcome in. Every sound around this castle makes you flinch right now, doesn't it? You can hear the crackling outside as they fend off the penumbral beast. Mark my words, that monster will keep coming back for as long as it needs to claim its retribution. What does that monster really want from this place? I might just tell you more the next time we meet. Why not now? It seems dangerous to wait. What's more dangerous is you being here before the masquerade resumes again. Once the ball resumes, no mask will be able to protect you and your secrets. If you truly want to know more, then leave now, or you might not be able to see tomorrow. Trust me on this, even if it's just for this one time. I wish I had more time to think, but I do hear loud bursts of loud sounds followed by a fluttering chorus of wings. Soon I'll hear footsteps once everyone makes their way back into the castle, and then go while there's still moonlight. For fate would have it, my short time as a disguised Celestite has finally come to an end. I can't remember the last time I've run this fast without stopping. Perhaps it was once of the wildflowers of Vesdim, but it definitely was not while wearing a ball gown that slowly fades into stardust. By the time I reached the manor's garden, my heart hadn't stopped pounding. All I can do is rest among the moonstone blossoms as my mask finally fades away. Now I feel even more like I don't belong here at the Avasteri house. But how could I ever find my way back into the palace? Back to a place where the magician welcomes me into her circle, or where the roguish knight would rather tease me than to slay the beast? Or back to a place where the prince is resisting his deepest desire to fall in love? After knowing that such a place exists, how's one supposed to return to this mundane life of a maid? Is that not the world those tales spoke of before the war divided my kind and theirs? Taking in the night wind, I hear a soft rustling nearby. I look down to the Lunarian rose below and see another crystal envelope. Another letter? Opening it, my heart starts to beat fast again. Your beauty may be something to behold, but it's your courage which has enchanted my heart tonight. In your celestial wake, you've left a lingering mystery upon my very soul. While you left before I could have seen under your mask, I desire another chance to lay claim to your precious spirit. Oh my god. Sheesh. For in 3 masquerades' time, the king will announce his heir soon to wed. And if you truly believe in destiny, then you must make your glorious return to set this magic in motion. Only then will you part through the veils of this court and all of its love and lies. And most importantly, you'll discover who seeks to capture your heart with words of passion, in both ink and whispers. So tell me, my starlit wonder, will you meet me again at the next moonlight masquerade? Oh my goodness. Heading home from running errands in the village, I can't help but notice the castle grounds and think back to that magical night. It was a night full of wonder, mystery, and endless possibilities. I know I should keep walking, but I find myself stopping to enjoy the sights. Before taking another step, a familiar crimson beauty catches my eye from a distance. Wait, I recognize these flowers. Those aren't native to Celarune. I didn't think they'd be here considering how most fairies find them ordinary. Unlike the other flowers around, I remember seeing these ones while growing up in Vesdim, at least from what I can remember of those painted fields. But this kind, they used to grow wildly in the bushes outside of my family's cottage. Mother used to bring a bouquet of them inside so our home would always smell fresh and sweet on those dewy mornings. If I'd have known such flowers were also growing in Celarune, I surely would have tried asking his lordship and lady to let me keep some in my room. Then again, why would this royal family be keeping them in the first place? Just because they don't glow in the moonlight doesn't make them any less extraordinary. After all, a rose is still a rose, no matter from which land they're from. Isn't that right? If only I could let this one grace my bedside table, right beside my books. I'd like to get a closer look at the petals in full bloom. Even if someone notices me, how would they know if I'm not supposed to be here? Most of them don't know that I was among them that fateful night. They wouldn't understand what this rose could mean for someone like me, especially since they've made it very clear that I don't belong here. I reach down, searching for the most beautiful rose. Do I take this one or this one? Or shall I take this one with the... Just as I'm about to claim the most velvety rose, a deep voice rumbles from behind me. You'll be taking none of them. I clutch my basket. In a swift move, Prince Callan catches me from the hand and raises it high between us. Please, your highness, wait! Wait for what? For you to steal what's mine? At least let me explain. Ah! No, you listen to me. As Callan yanks me towards him, I land on his chest with a thud. This isn't how we're supposed to meet again. Meet again? In what universe would I consort with the bloody thief who dares to trespass my garden? Oh my god, he doesn't even remember us. Fake love. Fake love. It's a high red girl eye. That's not at all what... Enough excuses. I've already caught you red-handed. If I didn't come to check up on my roses, who knows how many you would have taken by now. His breath tightens as he hauls me out of the shadows. Once the moonlight finds us again, the prince takes a better look at his thief. Who did you say you were again? Honestly, never mind. Thieves shouldn't have any right to any other name. These roses are mine, you know. They're not His Majesty's nor my mother's. They're mine to care for and protect, especially from careless peasants like you. If you think I wouldn't do my worst for these roses, then you gravely underestimate me. The fact he keeps looking at me like a stranger only makes this moment worse. I can only hope that he doesn't recognize me at a time like this. Who do you serve, anyway? I know you just came from the village markets. I was on my way back from the Opistary house, Your Highness. You must be a new one, then. I remember seeing you there the last time I paid a visit to Lord Orthalorn, though it's been a while since I've been ordered to. Considering I've served his family for a while now, I was likely there, perhaps tending to the rooms upstairs? Unless you were privately invited last time by one of his daughters? Absolutely not. I don't call upon just anybody. If you must know, I'm still trying to understand how a servant like you could still have such a lapse in judgment. You can come out and just say it then. It's not like you'd be the first in these lands to say it to my face, although you might be the first of the royal family to do so. Fine. Nobody expects mortals here to be anything but heartless or mindless. Instead of knowing your place and keeping your hands to yourself, you mortals think you can claim whatever you want, whenever you want. If it hadn't been such false ambitions, the Chroma Wars wouldn't have put such a strain on our lands in the first place. I can only assume that you're simply one of the many captives that we chose to spare, and this is how you repay us? But I have been repaying you, all day, every day and night, with my life. Clearly you haven't been paying it up. Bitch, motherfucker. I'll fight you. Then perhaps I'm simply guilty of the same passion you seem to share for your roses, Your Highness. Would you really consider such feelings a crime? Yeah, he's very vengeful, very unforgiving. Yeah, for sure. Before he can answer, we both hear the sound of footsteps marching in the distance. I can't believe he's being racist, SMH. I know, dude. I know. He's being racist towards humans, man. It's fucked up. I can't help that I was born immortal, man. The guards have probably caught wind of my trespassing. It's either that or the prince's parents can't stand losing sight of him for a minute. They're likely checking the southern courtyard first. Then they'll start coming this way. Do you think you're fast enough to escape them? Unless you let me go, then I have no other choice but to find out. So, will there ever be a scenario where you'll accept the consequences of trespassing? Considering your temper, I believe I've received my punishment already. That said, I wouldn't do this all over again for a chance at a rose that reminds me of my homeland. As I prepare to turn around and plan my escape, Callan doesn't waste time yanking me towards him again. Where do you think you're going? We aren't finished here. Oh, brother. What's it gonna take to keep you away from what's mine? Oh my god. I don't think I could stay away from your roses. With all due respect, Your Highness, I don't think I could stay away from your roses. You dare to be this brazen? If you're gonna punish me anyway, then I might as well be. I shouldn't be hiding my fondness for your roses any longer, Your Highness. My roses will never be yours. It sounds like we're talking about like his virginity. I'm gonna pluck your rose, Your Highness. Oh my god. If you're wondering if I'll find any joy in punishing you, then you should know that I only find your actions disappointing. While I can't fault you for appreciating my roses, my heart lacks sympathy for those who cannot respect my boundaries. Yeah, give me your flower, Your Highness. Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to deflower His Highness, don't worry. If my father chooses to take your case in his hands, you must know that I lack the power to stop him. Until you find your match and take the throne, that is? With the footsteps growing louder, Callan stops in his tracks. Get behind me, now. But, Your Highness, didn't you just say? Get behind me, now. The guards are sprinting this way, desperate to find their intruder. Just before they emerge from the mist, Callan presses me to his back, with a hand tight on mine. There you are, Your Highness. Have you spotted them yet? Seen who? Someone trespassed the gardens. We suspect they still might be nearby. Is there a chance that it was all just some town scoundrel or careless peasant like last time? As it is, they're always playing games and tossing sticks into my rose garden. Peasant or not, we should still keep an eye out, Your Highness. We don't want the villagers thinking that these grounds are public, much less for any mortal to be getting any ideas. Oh, I wonder if it's too late for that. What was that, Your Highness? Nothing. Nothing that would aid your efforts, I suppose. Holding me in place, Callan turns his body just enough for the guards to cast a glance at the unassuming bushes. I think you'll find there's no one here but me. If there were, you best know I would have taken care of them myself. That is, unless you and your men dare to question my capabilities. Not at all, Your Highness. We just can't take too many precautions in these times, as you're well aware. Well, if there's anyone still here, I'm sure they'll be trying to hide near the southern gardens. Go make sure that they stay away from my mother's lunaria roses in the chapel, will you? Of course, Your Highness. You heard him, men. To the chapel. Both Callan and I wait silently for the guards to storm off in a line. Even when they're all but a speck near the Queen's Glade, Callan remains on his guard. I should keep them busy. As Callan finally lets go, he plucks the rose closest to me and hovers it between us. Give me a reason not to regret my act of mercy. I think you mean your act of generosity, Your Highness. If you find this to be generous, then you still have much more to learn about me. As I reach for Callan's hand, this rose becomes our sole witness, this forbidden exchange. For a moment, I wait for him to pull the rose away, but he instead lets the rose fall onto my apron. I finally have my rose. But it isn't yours. No matter what you do, this rose can never truly be yours, because it will always be mine. Oh my God, brother. Just like every other rose in this garden. He's so obsessed. While the mortals may say that our fortunes must have smiled upon us that very night, those blessed by the moon know which celestial forces are truly at work to bring you here to me. I can only imagine how long you've been gazing upon this world, as if those crystal doors would never open for you. But fear not, for I will not only be the one to open them, but I will be there at the gate to offer you my hand. Why spend time describing the majesties that I could show you once I take you on this light, when we can discover them together, one quill at a time? Oh my goodness. Yeah, and then they have the plain text version for those of you who can't read cursive. Just in case you can't read cursive, there you go. Should I offer to accompany my sisters to the castle? When a lady of a noble house has to pay a visit to the court, it's common for her to bring one of her most trusted maids along. Imagine not being able to read cursive. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I learned that shit in 3rd grade, dude. On most days, the role usually falls onto Clematis, the head maid of the Obasteri family. But for today, it has been decided that I will accompany Lady Rhodora to her tea time at the palace. I was surprised when she even suggested the idea that I would come along with her. She's never mentioned it before, so do I dare ask why now? As soon as we arrive, Lady Rhodora doesn't wait to toss her coat to me. Now, do make yourself scarce. The ladies don't particularly fare well with the extra company, otherwise they'll start asking you questions. You wouldn't want that either, would you? But aren't I supposed to be within a room's reach? That's what Clematis taught me to do. Not for today, my dear. You ought to put my coat away and find someplace else to make yourself useful. If the other maids will allow it, why not volunteer in the kitchen? All I ask is that you be ready with my things when it's time to leave. Is it really appropriate for me to ask them, my lady? Before she lets me finish, Lady Rhodora straightens her skirts and struts to the parlor room. I can already hear the tea time chatter echoing off the halls. If she was planning on having me wait outside, then why didn't she ask Clematis instead? After putting Lady Rhodora's coat away, I reluctantly make my way to the kitchen. As I approach the door, I can hear the cook scurrying to prepare for tonight's dinner. All of a sudden, the door swings open and a palace maid stops in her tracks. Oh, are you lost, my dear? I would be if this isn't the right way to the kitchen. Well, then you've come to the right place, but, I know exactly where her eyes have gone. Oh, I see now. No ears, no wings, no aura. Damn, she said you have 0 aura, dude. No aura. It's rough. But at least it's not negative. Who sent you here, my dear? Lady Rhodora of Ovastari? She's having tea with the other ladies, so she suggested that I could... Say no more. I can fetch you a proper apron in the meantime. You wait right here. If anyone asks, tell them Opora has you now. I listen at the door as Opora heads back inside to rummage through some cabinets. It's not long before she hands me a crisp white apron with gold trimmings. You wouldn't be the first one they've sent over to us, although it's usually under other circumstances. That said, doesn't Lady Rhodora have other maids at her disposal? At least one she could keep openly beside her during tea time? Yeah, can we meet the court mage right now? I hope so. I hope so, dude. It seems peculiar that she'd let you accompany her in a public unless she had no other option. Or wait, have the Obastaries fallen into hard times? Is that it? Let me get that apron for you first, then you can tell me all about it. I'll be sure to reward you with a little news of the prince as well. Opora. There she is. There's the court mage here to rescue us. Can I borrow your maid? Precisely this one. Oh? Since when do you need a maid, oh wise Grandia Stella? I thought that's what you had an apprentice for, and the librarian. Well, I changed my mind for today, and I happen to like this one. Hi, Madam. Yeah, hi. I could offer you either Ariadne or Ari, but I don't think either of them would be up for serving tea if they're forced to hold their tongues the entire time. So, can I borrow her? Well, of course, but I can't deny that I was becoming delighted at the prospect of a new maid. Then again, she isn't mine to begin with. Well, perhaps we should conspire to steal her away from her captors, shouldn't we? Oh, if only we could be so bold. Now then, take her before I change my mind. You've always been my favorite maid, Opora. Well, come along with me, my dearest maid. With a spring to her step, Maria guides me deep into the sprawling palace halls. Here we are. Welcome to my domain. Or, well, at least one of them. I have a proper workroom in the East Wing, but the library has the best lighting, in my opinion. I've been wondering when I'd finally get the chance to show this place to you. Oh my god, we've been yoinky-sploinkied. Yeah, we got yoinked. The other night didn't particularly leave us with much of a chance, did it? So you do recognize me? Well, I'm quite sure I do now. To be fair, I was pretty certain of it since that night. I just know that it's better we keep it a secret between you and me for now. You and me and liar. Opora at least seems friendly enough to us even though we're human. Yeah, there is that at least. Only for now? Eventually, it could become a secret between you and me and the moon. You should know that your abrupt departure left quite a surprising effect on Callan. I've been assuring him that he should keep his eyes peeled for your next appearance. You are planning on attending again, aren't you? Only if I stay with you this time. With me? Me? Really? And to what pleasure do I owe such lovely company? Well, would you be opposed at all to my company at the next ball? Not at all. Honestly, I'm just surprised, that's all. I'm accustomed to the guests arriving solely for one thing only, and that's for Callan. You're not just trying to tease me, are you? Otherwise, I might have to send you back to Opora. At least it wouldn't be back to Lady Rhodora just yet. Oh heavens, I really should just make you my captive. Then I could keep you right here beside me and share all of my trinkets with you while Lepora brings us some of her famous snowfrost breads. I've barely met the Albasteri family at other balls, but something tells me that they aren't the sort to be sharing good fortunes with. In our society, there's certain breeds of nobles who have been brought up to hate the mere mention of mortals, especially when discussing the war or monarchy. While I can understand some of their sentiments, I can't say I share them all, if any. After some time, it becomes a chore having to listen to them lay blame upon everything but ourselves, but alas, even a court magician is told to behave. Let's keep this a secret between us, shall we? With the way things are in this court, I doubt the king and the queen's taste in suitors for their son will ever improve. Hence why I thought I'd take the chance at matchmaking the two of you myself. You really did make an impression on Callan that night. Now that's another secret that should stay between you and me. So, let me get this straight. You want to help me meet with Callan again? I think it's important if you did, but not just because I'm saying so. Will you ever tell me why, then? I'm sure there are better time to explain everything, but not today. We're not exactly alone here. Pressing a finger to her lips, Maria points over to a shadow coming this way. A solemn fairy glides in, carrying a thick stack of books. Ah, so you've finished sorting these journals already, Ariadne? Who's the new maid? Sadly, she's not ours to keep, but I don't think I won't try to weave something to change that. So, does this mean you're replacing Ari with this new apprentice? Who said I was ever going to replace her? As a matter of fact, I have Ari working on those firefly deco lights that the queen's been muttering about for the theme for the next ball. And so I thought I could still use another hand on finishing that elixir for a certain night. Hence, the maid. Well, I hope she can assist well. Especially since neither Ari nor I are particularly in the mood to be stirring cauldrons. Neither am I. Hopefully Derry can enlighten me while I work on that alchemical recipe. Or if they're simply here to entertain me with their charm, I'll be just as delighted. It's strange to hear her say my name all of a sudden, and so warmly. I wonder what else she's since learned about me, and from where. Well then, best of wishes on your experiment, Grandia Stella. I'll get to putting those poetry books away next. Run along then, just so I can see what the good maid can really do. Giggling to herself, Mary directs me over to a bubbling cauldron stashed inside of a makeshift nook of leather-bound texts. Now, you'll see here that I've got a cauldron going with plenty of herbs and essences from the royal gardens. But now comes the fun part of adding in a freshly altered prism dust. Prism dust? I don't believe I've ever seen such a thing before. It's a rare form of moondust that fairies use to harvest during the solstices. Once you treat them with other flowers' essence, it creates a new material so strong and illustrious that it was once used by the umbral fairies to craft this very palace. Everyone here sounds like they're talking in euphemisms. It's not what the charm of a fairy is that they always sound like they're on the verge of like telling you that they want to get down and dirty with you, but like with literal flower language. Umbral fairies, but isn't this realm ruled by the Celestite fairies? Well, here's a little history lesson for you. As you know, there are different species of fairies across the 3 main courts of Celerum. The dominant species of the Sunbloom Court are Helian fairies, the lovers of the sun. The Serenville Court is ruled mainly by Inflora, which is my species. We revolve ourselves around the stars and any flowers which respond to their celestial positions. Lastly, in the Moondusk Court, there were once 2 competing species of lunar fairy, the Umbrals and the Celestites. Before the war, the Umbral fairies used to rule in this very palace. However, according to Celestite history, when the mortals of Velasdim infiltrated through our portal, the Umbrals were first to be attacked. In the aftermath, they went extinct, leaving the Celestites to start new rule upon the land. Since then, certain things like harvesting prism dust have become sort of a lost art. But then, how do you know how to make some? Well, as an inflower, I've been taught by my ancestors, and the nimbus above on the potency of flowers, and more importantly, their transformative abilities when fused with moondust. Except, I'm still working on whether I could produce enough prism dust to add into this elixir. Sir Lyre insisted that if he's going anywhere near that beast again, he's going to need something stronger than the usual antidotes we produce for the royal guards. So hi, Nugget. As I'm suspecting him to be a bit of a crybaby on the field, I'm going to try and add some extra prism dust so he runs out of excuses and starts fighting already. Thank you for the one, baby. Thank you for the one, baby. Thank you. Making prism dust does require proper alchemical processes, some patience, and most of all, Maria plucks a crystal vial from beside the cauldron, thick with bright silvery essence. The tears of the moon. It's quite a lovely little thing, isn't it? The umbral fairies used to harvest this as well. The surviving texts say that it wasn't just used for making prism dust, but for plenty of other antidotes and oddities too. I only wish the Celestites had done more to recover the other texts for us to learn about its mysteries. While I keep listening, I'm strangely entranced by the silver in the vial. If there's one mystery I'd like to know right now, it's why I'm feeling so parched all of a sudden. Even as she sets the vial aside, I can't seem to tear my eyes away from it. Maria, do you really not know what else those tears were used for by the umbrals? I can only take a guess, but we know that it was often used in elixirs for raising one's stamina. But then again, it can also be used for forging these pillars you see all around this palace. Damn, so it's constructing pillars in many forms, if you catch my drift. And do the texts not say anything about how it tastes? Oh, its taste. As Maria stops to think, my eyes wander back to that vial. I don't understand. I've never had such a reaction like this before. Every time I look at those tears, I just feel this strange need, this sudden thirst. Then again, I suppose I didn't have much to eat before coming here. Still, shouldn't I be asking for some crystalline water or a bite of snowfrost bread instead? And yet, despite trying to be sensible about this, I want to taste. I want to taste. Oh, let me sippy. Let me sippy. Heavens above, I'm shaking just from watching her pick up the vial again. May Maria forgive me for the ridiculous request I'm about to make. Maria, could I ask you for something else? That's what I'm here for, aren't I? How would you like me to satisfy that curiosity of yours? Could I try a taste of those tears? Oh no, she stopped stirring the cauldron. That has to be bad, isn't it? Oh, you do? Does it really look that appetizing to you? I suppose it's probably better than whatever you've been served by that ruddy family before, but don't tell them that. Growing suspicious, Maria slowly teases the vial in front of my face. How curious and endearing. You really want these drops, don't you? Do you even know why? If I did, then I'd tell you before I embarrass myself further. But if you did, then I wouldn't have the pleasure of seeing such an innocent reaction out of you. Just one drop, that's all I can spare, all right? One drop feels like it's all I need. As soon as she hands me the vial, I bring a single drop to my lips. A cool sensation spreads throughout my body, not only quenching this raging thirst, but bestowing a gentle tranquility within me. Even for just this moment, I feel better than I've felt in years. But now, here comes the aftertaste. It's not pleasant at all, is it? The last time I tried it myself, it sort of tasted like fumes. At least I know it's not toxic if you've had some too. Well, as an inflora, I tend to be immune to most toxins. So, those tears could still be poisonous to mortals? Maria, say something, please. Well, why should I? I know you'll be fine. If you're immortal, then those cravings of yours are most likely the worst reaction you'll have to endure for today. If you were anything but mortal, I would have certain questions. But I will say that I find your curiosity quite endearing, perhaps even bold and brave. Oh my god, she's saying it's... It sounds like she's implying it's an aphrodisiac for fairies. Low-key, that's what it sounds like. I want to believe her, but she keeps trying to sound so not surprised. Dare I call you my favorite experiment of today? Hi, Mita. Trying not to laugh, Marius sets the vial aside to gently wipe my lips. Ah, there we go. Now there's no more evidence of your mischief. If only I really didn't have to give you back to your captors, then I could really... Suddenly there's a loud knock at the door. My dear maid, Lady Rodera wants to leave now. Oh, how could that be? It seems too early for anyone to be going already. Nonetheless, Lady Myrtlecharm was also invited to today's tea party. Lady Rodora will actually leave as she's also attending, all because of a missed birthday. Once again, the most baffling creatures are hardly ever the mortals, are they? I hope that's something you can remind yourself of until we meet again. Because whenever you're here with me, you should never be afraid of showing me who you truly are. After arriving home, a letter arrives for me. They say the most beautiful flowers in Celarune are the ones that grow precisely after the rainfall. With the rain comes the rainbow, and when it makes contact with even the slightest bit of moon dust and falls upon the lands, it can restore our nature into its fullest glory. Have you ever seen such a phenomenon before? One that can make the midnight blossoms bloom and blush so brightly? To see such wonder, one must follow a hidden cobblestone path that's not only been blessed by the moonlight, but by your delicate ray of sunshine. If you've seen such a wondrous thing, may I be the first to take you there? Oh my goodness. And then here's the plain text version for you guys, in case you can't read cursive. There you go. I will say, for accessibility reasons, it is nice that they include a plain text version of the cursive letter. Should I find serenity in those glorious rose gardens, or should I search for a path across the village? Let's go across the village! I only have so much time today to collect my sister's dresses from the tailors before I head straight home for their fittings. They really should have sent those dresses to be altered sooner, but as usual, Lady Rodora was trying to see if she could leave the mending to me. As luck would have it, she forgot she needed me to tend to the gardens. So I've been spared from mending ruffles. I was still placed on courier duty. With the dresses bundled in their bags, I start making my way down the cobblestone streets to search for a carriage. I wonder if the carriage parked by the glass shop isn't waiting for someone already. I don't want to have to walk all the way back with these dresses. Oh, but what's going on in the streets? It seems like some kind of parade? The townsfolk stop in their tracks as a brigade of knights march in formation through the streets. Their mighty captain leads with her head held high and her hands tight on the hilt of her vermilion blade. I wonder why the king's knights are here. Does that mean Lyre is also with them? Row by row, I try searching for him, but he's nowhere in sight. Well, it's possible that some of the other knights have been sent on other duties. I'm still not quite sure what they're marching for, although the captain seems to be keeping an eye out for something. Could they be patrolling the area for the penumbral beast? While watching the brigade make their way to the pavilion, I suddenly hear someone mutter at me. Ugh, over here. Oh? Did someone say something? I look over to see who's nearby, but everyone else is heading over to watch the parade. It was barely more than a whisper, but I know I heard a voice earlier. Then again, with so much commotion going on, it could hardly be nothing. Or could it? Look up! Before I go, something tells me to look up at the windows. All I see are the Celestites putting their flags out in celebration of the next ball soon. This whole court really wants to see some kind of change, don't they? They're hoping Callan's upcoming betrothal might be exactly what this court needs, but will it truly be the boon they've all been waiting for? More importantly, will it be for Callan? All of a sudden, I see a cloaked figure jump from one window into another. What was that? Before I can even blink, I hear the sounds of armor clinking towards me. You there! Did you see where he went just now? I'm still trying to understand what I saw. It's one of my knights, I'm afraid. He's trying to go rogue again. If you see him, please don't be afraid to tell me or one of my knights. You can also tell him that Captain Azalea will have plenty of words for him. That scoundrel is likely hiding out near one of the pubs. Eyeing the windows, Captain Azalea marches off. Could that really have been the liar in the windows? That shadow moved so quickly that I could barely see that they were wearing a cloak. If you lower your voice a little more, then you'll have your answer. So that was you! I was serious about you keeping quiet. If they find us, then perhaps you'll have a reason to hide too. Well, why me? I told the captain the truth. Even if you did, I don't know if she'll believe you much longer. From the corner of my eye, I notice a flash of vermilion waiting for us at the other end of the street. There you are, you rake! This time I'm not letting you out of my sight. That might be a bit difficult, even for you, Captain. You see, I don't particularly enjoy being caught. Therefore, so long. Liar turns on his heel and starts running, but not before taking me along with him. Why is he dragging me with him? Brother, you're getting me in trouble too. You scoundrel! Don't think you can get away with what you just did! Knights, assemble! With the wave of her hand, Captain Azalea sends a horde of knights on our trail. Liar, wait! That's the captain we're running from! If you squint real closely at her, then you realize she's no different from you or me. I hope that makes you feel less guilty about it as it does for me. Be serious about this. What on earth did you do? To be quite honest, I didn't set out to anger her. I was only being honest when I told her that I couldn't accept her request. Had I accepted, then I'm certain I'd still be chased down for saying yes under false pretenses. False pretenses? Does that mean what I think it means? Captain Azalea is still trying to gain up on us and shows no signs of stopping. She really is putting her all into that sprint. Oh my god. Is she about to enter into the URA finale with that sprint speed? Is it perhaps because Liar really did spurn her passions? If you won't want me calling you a mortal in public, then you better start running faster. Damn, bro. He's so quick to try and sell me out, too. That's crazy. Couldn't be me. Now it's my turn to hush you. If you don't want me saying something, you cannot let the captain haul me back into that stable. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's being tied down without an attempt to at least tease me into it. So you're open to being tied down. So you're open to being tied down is what you're saying. It's just for the right reasons you're open to being tied down. I know. I caught that. I see what you're putting down, liar. So, was the captain really gonna tie you up in the stables? If she had it her way, then I wouldn't doubt it for 1 second. All because I said I wouldn't entertain her whims, yet she dares to call it my royal duty to the court to appease her. If I do so much as slow down, dare I imagine what will become of my fate? What kind of knight runs away from his duties? Will you stop this charade? What kind of knight runs away from his duties? I forget how little time you've truly spent in that palace, my dear, enigmatic beauty. You certainly convinced me at first that you were royalty before I realized who I was really in the company of. He's also really interesting because he has sharp ears and horns. He's a funky looking guy. He's very sexy. His chest is very pillow shaped. You know, I could sleep on that. I can sleep on that chest. Does the captain really not understand why you wouldn't want to be her lover? Lover? Liar begins to slow down, all just to cup my cheek. You're only proving yourself to be even more endearing in my eyes, you know that? If he comes any closer, I'm gonna have to be ready for the captain to pull out her sword. Liar, please be serious about this. Have you considered telling the king about her proposition? Surely he'd find it strange for her to ask such a thing of you. Oh, you mean for her to ask to be my lover? If you want to be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. I thought you'd understand that people like us don't have the privilege of showing who we really are, even when someone gives us the chance. For example, if I did have a lover, I would want it to be someone who understands what the sound of rainfall in the cerulean forest does for me. The cerulean forest? There's only one I know of. Nowadays, I only see it in my dreams and memories. You remember it too, don't you? That quiet rainfall that used to sweep across the pine trees. and the way the rivers would flow into town afterward. I used to have to take the ferry into the village before setting out on my journeys. His words are guiding my memories back to a landscape of rich blue forest that were once so clear as day in my mind. Just the mere memory of them brings a tear to my eyes. I remember the ferry and the rose path one would have to take back in Vestim. Don't you miss that sight, dare I? Taking in his words, I realized that we've both stopped running. Liar, who are you really here for? Isn't it obvious by now? Since the start, it's always been. Step away from the maid, you cad! Captain Azalea nobly puts an arm between us, taking no chances with him. The last thing you need is to indulge yourself after running away from your post. Now apologize to the poor maid. He ran from his post? Hey, is he saying he wants us to be his lover? Ooh. Maybe. That's kind of what it sounds like, doesn't it? Liar, I thought you said you spurned her advances. He said what? Liar, what is the meaning of this? First you refused to join the parade, and now you're telling people that I have no decent taste in lovers? I never precisely told them that. You thought you could just get away with it, didn't you? Well, now I have more reason to have the king make you join the brigade. This is the perfect time for you to learn a little courtly discipline. Now you're really gonna tie me up. Not for your benefit, but perhaps for this maid's safety. Honestly, I should have been suspicious when the good king told me that you'd be joining us. All he sent us is a slacker. One very theatrical slacker, mind you. Back to formation with you. And stop making those eyes at the maid. Can't you see that they just want to go back their day in peace? As much as I'm sure that they do, I don't regret giving them the thrill that they needed for today. I said back to formation, liar. There, liar. Now I really can't escape her. Although something tells me he'll soon find his way out of this web again. Now, if only I could find a way out of having to haul these dresses back home, then at least one of us will have managed to escape our troubles for today. After arriving home, a letter arrives for me. Another letter! I've been reminiscing about our last meeting, and it conjures a smile every time. Those sighs, the way your lips crease when you think I'm not noticing, they all bear such honesty that I could not be endeared by them. Now that you have the court wondering what has me smiling even the moments of silence. What is this magic? What is this power of yours? The curious one in me wants to know more, to become enriched by which wisdoms you possess. In turn, I seek more than just to give you answers, but to appease the restlessness that's been waging in your heart. Be bold and curious, and you shall find me under the string of starlight. Oh my goodness. And then the print version of the text, there you go. That way you guys can see the print version too. Should I bask under the starry lights in the ballroom, or should I seek more wisdom in the starlit library? I think we know which one we're going to. Alstramaria, my beloved, I'm coming. I've been letting the moon guide me to you, but now I sense a change in our cosmic paths. I thought we understood each other, and someday could ever come to a point where the serene silence between us would alone speak for our hearts. Oh, damn, I was supposed to go to the ball. That's right. Perhaps I believed that we held a connection stronger than what the stars dictated. Now I know that sentiment might only rest in my reveries. As such, I'll set you free from my words, along with a shard of my broken spirits. No! Oops. Whoopsie poopsie. We had to go to the ball. All right, we got a speed run. Is it? Okay, it's just starting from the beginning. Okay. We're just gonna speed run. We're gonna speed run to get back to that point again. I forgot to save. It's okay. I remember all the choices I made. And then I picked that one. And then that one. We gotta skip, okay. We're getting there, we're getting there. We're speed running to get back because we fucked up. Then we got that one. Oh my god, what a little diva. He couldn't stand the thought that we didn't want to deflower him, man. He's like, what do you mean you don't want my flower? Ask Maria for a taste. And then arriving from the letter. Now we gotta meet Liar. Okay. Look up. Okay. Run from your duty. Okay. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Okay, okay. Now here we are. Now, should I bask under the starry lights of the ballroom? There we go. Now we can probably save somewhere. Well, I've been receiving letters lately. This flower hasn't said a word to me since that night. Nonetheless, those letters insist that I go to the next masquerade that's happening tonight. Should I dare risk it again? As if reading my mind, the moonstone blossom begins to unfurl its delicate petals, welcoming a pocket of moonlight from above. How do I say? Oh, is it here? Oh, okay. There it is. That's clever. It's hidden in there. There we go. Save. Ooh. Okay, so it's showing that we've gotten 3 out of 9 letters and 1 out of 3 balls, I'm assuming. One of the 3 balls. They did mention 3 balls, so I'm assuming that's what that is, the 3 masks. I feel like you did this in the demo too for the same reason. Yeah, I just really want Elster Maria, dude. I really want Maria. Please, Maria, let me win your heart. Please, please. As if reading my mind, the moonstone blossom begins to unfurl its delicate petals, welcoming a pocket of moonlight from above. And that's when I see it. Another letter. So, what does this flower have in store for me this time? As tonight's theme celebrates the hunter and the hunted, you must enter this masquerade assuming the role which aligns with your passion and quest for answers. Do you fancy yourself the hunter, who seeks to possess all in its wake for pride and satisfaction? Or will you be the hunted, who embraces today's thrills even if it may be their last? As I know all and see all, I believe there's no better match for a prince than a suitor whose heart embodies both roles. So, no matter whether you believe you're only destined to assume one of these roles in your lifetime, tonight you'll become both the huntress and the crystal swan. My heart is already pounding, and I haven't even finished this letter. Take the quill you've been using to pen your tenderest words and offer it to the blossom blessed by the moon. In the stillness of the garden, I dip within my apron pockets for my only quill. I wonder if I'll get the quill back as I gently rest it on the blossom. Its petals slowly begin to close around it. The moonlight swirls above, shining upon the flower as it swallows the quill and finally begins to glow. This transformation is just like before, only this time I'm surrounded by feathers. Crystal feathers, like tiny mirrors staring deeply into my soul. Blessed by the moonlight, I become a vision of ethereal feathers and trains of opal silk. My mask is encrusted with starlight, matching the silver circlet adorning my head. The huntress and the swan, all in one disguise to help me seek the answers and try to change my destiny. Just like the Blossom's letter said, tonight's theme can be felt and seen across every corner of this masquerade. One can find dashing nobles dressed in tunics, fancying themselves as hunters. Meanwhile, the heiresses have adorned themselves with feathered frocks and masks, ready to dance as the swans they envision themselves to be. Together, these swans have set their eyes on one hunter who has no intention of hunting any of them tonight. I see that Prince Callan is back in his corner where I met him at the last ball. I can wonder only how the queen must have handled his stone-faced disposition as he keeps his distance from the festivities. Even then, this doesn't seem to be keeping any of the other swans away from waiting for him. As I begin making my way into the crowd, one of the opulent swans gives a dreamy sigh in his direction. When do you think he'll be coming this way? The queen did say he's supposed to be selecting some of his favorite swans to dance with later tonight, or maybe even to call upon tomorrow. Once the lovely Lady Sage realizes her fellow swans are too busy watching him from afar, she turns to me instead. Pardon me, but have you seen the Grandia Stella around? Perhaps she'd be the one to know when Prince Callan plans to dance with us? I try to look around, but finding Maria in this starry haze seems almost impossible. Nonetheless, I can see the hope bright in Lady Sage's eyes even from behind her mask. My apologies, but I've yet to see her tonight. No need to apologize. Surely either she or the Queen will let us know shortly once the prince is ready to dance. He seems to be in better spirits today than he was last time, so I wonder if that means he's arrived with someone in mind. You really think he's in a better mood? Oh my, have you not been to the other balls? He barely shows his face for more than 3 seconds if he can help it. If he's here tonight, then that must be a good sign of things to come. And that's especially true once he and I finally share a dance together. Sometimes a little stroll or a spin around the ballroom is what a prince like him needs. My eyes set on Callan while the rest of the hunters continue dancing with the swans, exchanging silent passions that cannot be spoken until after dark. Suddenly, I feel a gloved hand on my arm. Excuse me, may I have this dance? I turn around expecting to meet a certain knight, only to be met with another vaguely familiar hunter draped in ruby furs. Ugh, I should have known Sir Bartholomew would find me here. My foster sisters did mention that he was accompanying the other nobles tonight. I just wasn't expecting him to be prowling around when he could be refilling his chalice instead. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else just now. Well, isn't that the thrill of tonight? All you have to know about me is that I, a hunter, have just found my swan. It really does sound like they're all down to fuck all the time. Yeah. I mean, think of a horny creature than a fae, dude. That is, if you'll let me twirl you around this ballroom. Somehow, I forgot that this is what happens when you come to a ball like this. I hesitate for a moment, searching for a way to escape. Where is Maria tonight? She was so insistent on wanting me to come back here, but what about now? And what about Lyre? With no other choice, I turned to Bartholomew. You'd find a better game with another swan. My apologies, but you'd find better game with another swan. Don't misunderestimate me. I can read between the lines. You're afraid that you have accepted a dance with me, you'll fall out of favor with a certain prince, is that it? Well, then let me tell you a little secret every other suitor here knows but you. You see, when he sees you dancing with another, the more he'll be reminded of what he has yet to possess. Otherwise, if he spots you pining in the corner, he'll know that you want him. Desperately. But I don't. I don't want him. I don't want him, though. For him to want you, you have to show him that you don't wait for just one prey to cross your web. Bartholomew's whisper lingers between us as he offers me his hand. What kind of swan would you be without a hunter taking you for himself? His words are so honeyed and yet so dangerous. It doesn't help seeing Callan slowly being surrounded by suitors nearby. Even with his harem waiting for him, he keeps looking to the stairs. Oh, but wait, he's looking at Lyre and his guest. Wait, who is she? The one who just entered with Lyre. Oh, you mean the golden sunflower? The sunflower? It's my name for those Ahelian fairies of the Sunbloom Court. They sort of hate it when I call them sunflowers, but they're quite adorable when the sunshine falls on them. I'm sure it looks like Lyre brought himself a sunflower for the swan. Lucky bastard. But you don't know who she is? If I'm anywhere near as lucky as him, perhaps I might by the end of the night. That said, I'd rather spend a little more time with you first. Gross. That is, if you'll accept my dance. Just as Bartholomew offers his hand out to me again, another hand reaches between us. You. I thought I recognized you. Prince Callan? I try to collect myself as Callan shoots a glare at Bartholomew. Don't you dare say it. You have plenty of other swans to be asking to dance with you. For what reason, I haven't the slightest clue. You're a devil, Callan, for making me release my swan so quickly to a beast like you. Lysanthes was asking about you earlier. Have you danced with her yet? Oh, was she asking? At the first chance he gets, Callan tears me away from Bartholomew and leads me out to the dance floor. Now it's all beginning to feel like a dream, just like last time. How is this even possible? Just before we reach the table, another hand waits for Callan to let go of me and start taking me the other way. All of a sudden, I'm being dragged out the ball. Wait, Callan! In a moment's panic, I look to my captor, only to recognize her gilded mask. Maria, it's you! Where have you been all night? I'm afraid this ball's decor is a bit more thematically intricate than the last one. The queen had been rather vague with me when I first asked her about it, but now she wants me to change it up again. Is that really the only reason why? Well, if I say any more, we can't talk about it here. So there is more. Listen to me, Dare. If I take you upstairs to explain, there's no coming back down here without the truth weighing upon your very soul. But if that's the risk you're willing to take, then come with me. Yes, please. Yes, Mommy. I'm coming. Let's hold hands while we go upstairs. Stop right there, Maria. You're not taking my guest anywhere, not until I've spoken with them myself. Callan, this really isn't the time. Didn't we talk about this? Just look at the clock. Then when will I have my damn time to say it? Say what? He wants to apologize for mistaking you for somebody else. Turning around the corner, Lyre rests against the wall with the heavy glare at the prince, as Mary addresses a hunter. Yeah, baby, because you know she be hunting. Isn't that what you were going to tell her, Callan? Besides, Lady Ovidia has been waiting to meet with you in the Rose Gardens. Lady Ovidia? So that's the Helian fairy's name. I hold my breath as Callan ponders for a moment. Finally, he turns to me first. Whatever you do, don't leave. Maria, don't you dare bring her upstairs either. At least not until I've spoken properly. I promise I'll make this quick. Callan, be careful. I'll be back shortly. With a heavy sigh, Callan immediately returns to the ball. Meanwhile, I turn my heel the other way. My dearest, please wait. All this time, I kept thinking if I arrived knowing someone wants me here, I'd learn the truth sooner. But if no one wants to reveal themselves to me, then why wait until the real danger comes along? My dearest, stop! I don't want to have to use my magic on you. Then tell me this isn't a ruse. If this is my foster family's idea of playing a cruel joke on me, then just tell me now, Maria. Believe me when I say I've been dealt with worse than this, so I can only hope that I'll get over the pain much more quickly. My dearest, this is no ruse. Then explain to me in all of your magical expertise, why would someone grant me the wish of coming here just for me to feel even more like a stranger in your world? But you're not a stranger, at least not to me, nor even to Callan. Perhaps out of everyone here, you should be the one with the most noble right to belong. But if I were to say any more than just that, then the Albasteri house might no longer be a safe place to return to. Are we an umbral fairy? And we just don't realize that we're an umbral fairy? When the time comes, they may very well be the least of your worries. If you promise to put your trust in me, even just until the next ball, I will make my vow to ensure that not only will I protect you from what comes next, but that Callan and Lyre will do so as well. So please, my dear, give me your word. Just moments ago, I was ready to leave no matter what they'd say. I should know better than to let any fairy lead me down their starry labyrinths. And yet, the energy within this castle keeps luring me back here. Suddenly, a bang goes off outside the gardens. By the nimbus above, the beast has returned. A piercing roar emits into the night, followed by the screams of swans and hunters rushing back inside to gather around the ballroom. Wait, where's Callan? Didn't he go outside with Lady Ovidia just now? He was, but he's likely stayed outside to handle the beast himself. I should go help him as well. You need to wait here until one of us comes back. But Maria, if you won't listen to him, then please listen to me. You need to stay here. The last thing we want is for this plan to go... Another bang goes off, followed by another ghastly shriek echoing through the night sky. Pulling me behind her, Maria immediately seals the doors of this castle with a protective spell. Just as she prepares for one of the doors to the grounds, the liar comes running through, carrying an unconscious Lady Ovidia on his back. Maria, you need to take her, now. That damn shadow tried to attack her, and that bloody prince only barely stopped it before it killed her. The king and queen don't know that I've taken her, so don't say a word. Fine then, give her to me. I'll have my apprentice Ari fetch some elixir for her so she wakes up. Bring her back to me safely, will you? Just as long as you promise to keep Darius safe until I return. Consider it done. As Maria takes the Lady Ovidia upstairs, Lyre shuts the door. Lyre, shouldn't we wait with the other guests? Trust me, it's better if we stay here. The rest of the knights have already gone outside to help Callan again. Do you think he'll be all right? I wouldn't worry about him. He's rehearsed at this moment more than one might think. Rehearsed. Plan. Rehearsed. Plan. Maybe it's like a Beauty and the Beast type of situation. He turns into the beast. That said, I was surprised the beast managed to draw more blood out of him this time. Callan's been injured? Was it from trying to save your lover? My lover? More like she's Callan's lover. Or, well, she was once. Of course, the court would never accept a Helian fairy sharing the throne with him. Since then, the royal family's been struggling to find someone new to steal his gaze. Perhaps they're hoping for a certain mystery guest to become the new gem of his heart. If only they knew the real truth about their gem. So all this time, is that why someone's been summoning me here? So that I could make the prince forget his true love? Is that why Maria was trying to help me meet him? Lost for words, I simply turned to Lyre, but he already knows what's on my mind. What else should I know about Prince Callan? Now you're asking the questions, my enigma. Come here. Taking my hand, Lyre pulls me into a strong grasp and presses me against the door. Wait, Lyre, what are you doing? Shh, listen through the door. Just focus on what's going on outside the castle. All I can hear is Callan fighting off the shrieking beast. Good, then keep listening to it. You see, at the next swing, you'll hear another shriek in about 3, 2, 1. Like clockwork, we both hear Callan strike the beast, and it releases another piercing scream. The lights flicker across the castle, but nothing phases Lyre. How did you know he was going to strike it at that precise moment? Keep listening. Soon you'll start to notice the pattern, too. I press against the door once more, carefully listening to Callan's movements. His footwork is so perfectly timed, isn't it? He'll evade, then recoil, then release an aura at the beast to stun it. When he's done all three, he'll repeat the routine one more time. When you describe it like that, it almost as if Callan has been rehearsing this moment. But you said Callan was hurt just now, didn't you? And what about what happened to Lady Ovidia? You said so yourself, those were real injuries, weren't they? Well, acquiring casualties is one way to make this charade all the more convincing, isn't it? But why is there a charade in the first place? Does that mean there's no penumbral beast? Well, there is one, but the king and queen would rather put on a little act for the court than reveal their identity. But just think for a moment. Who would they be so willing to protect by crafting such a dangerous charade? In case you haven't realized it, I'll give you one more hint. Who's also outside of the castle right now? I stop and look at Lyre, realizing what he's just said. So, the beast is Callan? But how is that possible? How would you even know about this, Lyre? You learn a lot by keeping one foot in the door and the other outside. If the magician won't tell you yet, and the press will surely deny it, then you might as well let me be the person you can trust in this palace. With the sound finally going quiet outside, Lyre releases me from his embrace. The king and queen will now tell the guests that their precious son has banished the so-called beast yet again. But mark my words, they're only trying to give him an alibi for when he actually turns into one. When will that happen? I've yet to figure it out myself, but I sense it won't be long. Some might call this a curse, but I see it as one thing that can be leveraged against the royal family. I know Maria told you to stay here in the castle, but if you leave now, they'll never suspect that you know this secret. What if I choose to stay? In spite of what Maria says, nobody can guarantee your safety inside of these halls. Remember that only Callan has a palace to enshrine himself, even if it wasn't built by his own ancestors. No matter what these Celestites say, this palace will always rightfully belong to the Umbral Fairies. Let tonight be proof that the royalty in the next room sits on a throne of lies. If you think you can withstand their falsehoods for one more night, then I won't stop you from joining their festivities. If not, this is your chance to leave and to let me come find you when the time is right. Ooh, gotta save here. Gotta save. There we go. All right. Return of the Masquerade. I'm gonna be good for Maria. I'm gonna be good for Maria. Even with the stairs waiting for me, I can't help but look to the ballroom door. Oh, so you still don't believe me? Even after what I just told you? No, I believe you. Even if Callan is the real beast, you did say that his wounds are still real. And earlier, when you said that he wanted to apologize for mistaking me for someone, did you mean Lady Ovidia? Are you only asking because you still think you have a chance with him? All just because you think that someone in this palace thinks you're the one for him? Welcome in, Leonix. I'm good, how are you? Have you even stopped to wonder whether this person is knowingly luring you towards a monster? As it stands, you still haven't told me how you know that Callan is a beast. For all I know, you could be lying too. Even then, exactly what do you think that he would ever come to choose a mortal for anything more than a servant? Go on, tell me. Do you really think that if you two removed each other's masks that he'd bring you over to his almighty daddy for his blessing to let some mortal rule the palace with him? Do you really believe that this beast of a man is capable of treating a mortal as anything but his next prey? That's only if Callan really is the beast. Just because you revealed something to me tonight doesn't mean that I can trust your every word just yet. I want an almighty daddy. Wild sentence to type in the chat. Absolutely. If you're expecting me to trust you entirely, truly, deeply, with whole heart, yeah, you better find a reason to convince me to trust you. Then perhaps you'll find the right words to change my mind someday. Until then, I simply have to follow what both my heart and mind can agree upon right now. If this is your challenge for me, then I'd be a fool not to take it. Just remember, however, once you step inside that room, they'll force a roll onto you to go on with their little play. And for the record, I'd only believe that Callan wasn't a beast if his kind hadn't taken upon themselves to rewrite history when they did. Are you saying I haven't said Wilder out loud live on air? I said Wilder earlier, honestly, but sheesh. With a hand to his chest, Lyre steps away from the door as I head inside. Returning to the ball, I find all of the guests despairing together on the dance floor. The king and queen are surrounded by a circle of tearful nobles in their private corner, as everyone waits in bated breath for Callan to return. Soon he comes stumbling in, clutching on the wound at his chest. He's gone. The entire room gasps as the queen rushes forth to catch him in her arms. Oh my god, Roger, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. My son! How could that wretched beast do that to you? Did you really banish him, my dear? For good? I'm sure if it returns, it will be much weaker than before. Then I'll have my chance. Watching them, I don't want to believe that they staged such a thing. Callan does look like he's in a lot of pain. Something tells me that if he had it his way, he wouldn't be playing along like this. I quietly watch from the door as the king presses his hand to the ailing prince's shoulder. Good work, my son. This court owes you their life for this, if not more for everything that you do for them. Come now, we'll have Maria fix you an elixir. Meanwhile, the rest of you please liven the spirits of this palace again. Your future king will be healed shortly and ready to join the festivities once more. Would these guests really be as pleasant towards Callan if they knew that he was really the beast? How did it even become one in the first place? It's probably a curse by the umbral fairies. My theory, all right? I'm theory crafting right now. So the humans, the mortals, probably attacked the umbral fairies first, and then while the umbral fairies were weak, that's when the Celestite fairies came in and finished the job so they could take over the throne and they could be the ruling fairies, right? So that's why the palace was originally built by the umbral fairies, but it's currently Celestite fairies that rule. And so they've rewritten history to make it seem like the humans, the mortals, are the ones who are you gonna be as correct in your theories as you were remembering, Emily? Who knows, dude? Who knows? I'm theory crafting. Based off of the little droplets, because they've been giving us some droplets here, right? They've been drip feeding me a little, you know, a little something. So I'm theory crafting based off of all of this, right? So it's very possible that there was like umbral fairy royalty, right? And when the humans came in and they came in through the portal and they attacked the umbral fairies, right? It weakened the umbral fairies' defenses, which left the Celestite fairies able to take advantage of that to come charging in and to assassinate the umbral royal family. But before they did, the umbral fairies probably sealed their daughter, which would be our character, us. We were an umbral fairy, but we probably got our powers sealed so we'd appear like a mortal because it was the best chance to keep us alive, right? And so then that's probably why we had such a drawn desire to the moonlight tears that umbral fairies are known for, because it was like an innate desire sort of thing, right? So it'll probably be like later on it's revealed that we were actually secretly an umbral fairy like princess who was heir to the throne of the umbral fairies, and we're gonna take back the court. And also the killing of the umbral family royalty probably is what placed the curse on the Celestite family royalty's son, so that he turns into a beast, and it'll probably be fixed when blah, 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 bullshit, you know. But that's my current theory. That's what I'm thinking it is, based off of all the goodies, based off of all the juice that they're giving me, you know. Suddenly, the room goes silent once more. Oh my gosh, also there you got a demon. Oh, yeah. Let's see. A sleep protection spell. Okay, I got you. Let's see. Power bestowed upon me. The darkness of the realm. I enact my contract with you in exchange for your magic. Absorb the darkness of my target and leave no trace. Their dreams to be as gentle as the night stars. Nightmare devourer. There you go. I think you're cooking the entire meal. I think I'm cooking. I think I've cracked it. Considering how shockingly spot on I was with remembering Emily, I'm like, this could be it. But I mean, it's not, don't get me wrong. If I am able to guess it from this, it's not because of bad writing. It's because of good writing, right? When something is done really, really well and is written really well, you can see the foreshadowing. You can see the classic tropes and the things like that they're laying down, the breadcrumbs for the trail that they're setting up. A good plot twist is one that you can look back in hindsight and be like, oh yeah, I can see that. Unlike remembering Emily, where they're like, actually it was all just a simulation all along that we're using to rewrite your memories with an AI, and you've been in a coma this whole time, and actually you never killed Emily, you were the one hit by a gun. That was bullshit. I'm sorry. That was not that didn't make jack shit, dude. But this one, if I'm right, it means they're laying down the hints and the clues, right? Which is good writing, right? It is not bad writing if I'm able to predict what is gonna happen, right? That's just me recognizing the patterns. That's not bad writing on their part. I'm just saying that because some people think that if you can guess the twist, if you can guess the ending, that it's not good. That's not the case, okay? I don't know if I'm right. I could be completely wrong. I could be so fucking stupid and I'll get to that part and be like, whoops, I was way off, right? But if I am right, it's not because it's bad. Yeah. Either cracking it or about to write fire fan fiction. Honestly, yeah. We're gonna find out. Because this time it's gonna go longer than the demo. The demo ends like very, very shortly after this. We're basically fully caught up with where the demo was when we ended a few months ago when we first played it. And then we'll be entering completely new territory. So, yeah. Suddenly, the room goes silent once more. It's not until Callan starts staggering in my direction that I realize he's spotted me in the crowd. Yeah, good night, Regolai. Sounds like I got here just in time. Yeah, just in time. Everyone begins whispering all around us, especially the king and the queen. You stayed. Somehow I thought you'd be the type to go against my words or marry us. If you'd left without saying goodbye this time, I would have had to track you down. Biting against the pain, Callan attempts to study me closely, no longer caring for who's watching. Hi, Vivi. Really now, who are you? Liar won't tell me, and neither will Maria. Time to redeem Dare I Go to Sleep challenge. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I'm starting to think that they won't let me in on each other's secrets. Speaking of Maria, where is she? Is she still upstairs with Lady Ovidia? Please, I'm the one asking questions right now. Are you really not going to tell me who you are? When else do you plan on telling me then? Your Highness, is this really the place for such revelations? From the corner of my eye, I could see everyone beginning to wonder where this talk is going. Even the king and queen are starting to rise from their table, eager to watch as Callan attempts to reach for me. Callan, what are you? I said, please, do this for me. At least then, I'll know one more thing about you. Taking my hand in his, Callan slowly attempts to bring it to his heart. Yet as soon as it grazes his chest, the blood on his wound begins to turn dark as the night. All at once, Callan collapses against me in agony. Ugh! Your Highness! The crowd gasps the shadowy drops of blood wisping onto the ballroom floor. Oh no, please, no! What have I done? Callan, forgive me. I don't know what's happening. Ugh, don't. Let go. Why not? I'm only making it worse. No, you're not. In a flash of light, Callan's strength suddenly returns, reviving him back on his feet. Panting, he watches as his wounds fade and the last of his blood crystallizes just before hitting the floor. How did you do that? If only I knew what to say, but I'm just as speechless as he is. See, because, okay, so if there's a curse, there's usually like a thing, but there's also usually built into the curse the only way to break the curse. So the curse is probably like only an umbral fairy can seal the beast within your bloodline or some bullshit like that, right? So because she is an umbral fairy, even though according to my theory, I'm pushing up my glass. According to my theory, if the main character really is an umbral fairy, then that means that she has the capability to seal the beast within him because of her umbral fairy bloodline, therefore disabling the strength of the curse that was placed by the umbral fairy royalty before her. Actually. Since when do I know how to do such a thing? Actually, according to my calculations. Yeah, I need like some fucking nerd glasses to put on for when I start theory crafting. Lost for words, I do the first thing that comes to mind. Run. No, you're not leaving. You can't. Let her go, my son. Even if she escapes, she won't get very far. Despite his words, neither he nor the queen have yet to summon their guards, so I take my chances and run for the door. Hi, Darren. Welcome in. Just before leaving, I catch Queen Calamian giving me an icy look from behind her fan. She knows what I am, an umbral fairy. If I wasn't a target before, now I know that I am. After all what's happened tonight, I don't know if I can call this place home anymore. While the Aubustaries didn't catch me at the ball, there's a chance they would have had I stayed longer. As I've managed to keep one secret, I've unknowingly unleashed another about myself that I didn't even know existed until today. Yeah, she knows what you are. Worse than a mortal, you're an umbral fairy. That's what I'm saying. Because then it all makes sense, right? Then it would all make sense so far. We haven't had any evidence disprove my theory, so I'm still running with it. If we get some, then I'll reformulate my theory when the time comes. But for now, I think we're on to something. Doesn't it make sense? That would explain why the king and queen are Celestite fairies ruling the kingdom in an umbral fairy palace, right? It's given some credence. And she probably recognized umbral fairy magic, even if it was kind of subtle. She probably recognized, oh, there's something wrong. She's probably a little stinky. She smells like umbral fairy. Right, all right. Because she was friendly to us earlier, before this happened. And now that I also know that Callan and his family have a big secret of his own, Australis might be more of a trap than some place new to call home. Then again, isn't my rightful home still back in Vesdine? Once the feathers fade off my gown and seep back into the flower beds, I can finally look at myself again from the reflection on the glass. Perhaps this is how I picture myself, even when I wear a mask, but tonight proved that Maria, Lyre, and Callan all see something different in me. Hearing my sighs, the moonstone blossom starts to rustle again. Oh, are you returning my quill to me? As well as another letter. After all that's transpired, is it safe to even read this one? My heart grows restless seeing the letter before me, but that fear soon gives way to curiosity. My mysterious guest. I tried to warn you tonight, but there were too many hunters and swans among us for me to bare my soul as I'd intended. Too much gossip may come from this night, and I have no doubt that the palace will somehow seek to control it before the next masquerade. Before you think that it would be better to never see me again, please, let me make myself clear. After tonight, you've ignited a stronger fire within me, one that reaches the depths of my very soul. And for that, I want to personally invite you to be my guest at the next ball. Not only do I promise that a vow of love may come your way then, but that this time I will stand to finally expose the darkness that surrounds this court in all the name of protecting what's quickly become an important treasure to me. You. Yeah, I think that's where the demo ended. I'm pretty sure. Also, let me go ahead and save my spot there. Yeah. Well, there's a quicker way home from the markets. This is the only one that lets me see Australis again. Its glorious lights not only illuminate my path, but grant me the chance to see the castle hosting a small yet sparkling feast. While there's no masquerade tonight, there's certainly a dinner party of sorts underway. I wonder if the Obistaries even knew that there'd be one tonight. If they'd been invited, surely I would have been preparing my foster sisters for it since the crack of dawn. I imagine that both Callan and Maria must be in attendance. Although it hasn't been long since the last masquerade, I feel like such a stranger in their palace. I wonder if this means that by the next ball it'll be like entering a whole new world all over again. I could stay here and enjoy this view for hours, but I can already hear the Obistaries griping even if I manage to make it home on time. No one should be forced to go searching for some mortal maid in the dead of night. Mortal maid. If that's what I should even be calling myself anymore. Just when I think I'm ready to break away from this breathtaking sight, I hear the sound of leaves crunching nearby. Now I know I'm no longer alone. Who's out there? I clutch my basket to me as I try to go my way. But that looming, dreadful aura keeps following me as the leaves rustle against the crisp night air. Finally, I realize that I have to act. If I hear one more sound, I'm bashing them with this basket and running for my life. To my horror, the leaves start rustling once more. A cloaked figure soon emerges, but I have no plans to stay and see who it is. Ah, take that back! With the whip of his cloak, the figure is quick to dodge my blow and stop me from sending the basket flying. Ah, easy, my enigma. You're gonna wreck that basket of yours before you ever harm an inch of me. Recognizing that familiar sneer, I pull back to let Lyre straighten his cloak. Ugh, don't tell me you thought I was some fiend trying to snatch you in the night. How do I know if you are still a fiend? How do I know if you are still a fiend? Isn't the answer obvious? If I dared to be one, I certainly wouldn't have given myself away to you so easily. In fact, I would have let you throw your basket at me, then seized my chance as soon as I knew you were disarmed. So you are one! You already got a game plan in your mind. No, I'm a scoundrel, not a fiend. There's a difference. A scoundrel like me would never seize such a chance to take you into the forest, not unless that's how you take your nightly pleasures. Hey, yo. He's like, I wouldn't fuck you in the forest unless you wanted to. Unless you were into that. Right? Are you into that? And what if I don't? Then as a resident scoundrel, I may simply tease the fact that I could have been so much worse than any beast. And yet, I'm finding far more pleasure in simply making you blush tonight. Oh my god. Freak alert. Are you mocking me? On the contrary, this might be the only way you'll let me get closer to you, isn't it? At the very least, you won't have to worry about what happens if we touch. That certainly can't be said for someone like Callan. Is that what was on your mind earlier? I'm sure he's putting up quite the mess to stomach yet another dinner party tonight. I didn't get to see who was arriving tonight, but I can assure you that he's going to be one miserable prince throughout all of it. Is Lady Clementine not attending tonight? Oh, so that's who you've been wondering about. Well, come along then. If you want answers, then you'll have to follow me deeper into the forest. I promise no harm will come to you. Not on my watch. Maybe on yours, though. Considering the blow I could have landed on him with my basket, somehow I'm not so afraid of his offer. Together we venture deeper into the forest which surrounds Australis. Don't be afraid, dare I? There's hardly anything in there that should send you running for the hills. Especially now that you know the so-called penumbral beast is merely a spectacle. In fact, we're not too far from where Maria usually conjures the specter to appear. So, Maria is the one who conjures the spell? That's a little sussy. Are you trying to get me alone? Yeah, he is. He thinks he's slick. He thinks we can't tell. Of course it's her. Who else has the kind of magical prowess and willingness to aid the prince? I certainly don't. Don't ask me how she can manage it. I assume she's simply tapping into forces that no other soul would dare turn to. But when she does, our so-called fake beast makes its grand entrance into the night. From there, the shadows start spreading into the moonlit sky, precisely where the guests will be able to spot it and start panicking. Then, cue the prince into the garden, all while the other knights usher said guests inside to listen for the battle. And most importantly, no one sees me when I sneak back here to ensure that the specter will complete its role, then disappear into the night. You're describing all of this as if it was some sort of stage play. In a way, it certainly is one bloody hell of a production. The real tragedy here is that we only perform it to keep the court from ever suspecting their prince. Do you know why he became the penumbral beast in the first place? Oh, I know why, and he knows why. In fact, the whole palace knows why. They just insist on bearing the truth along with the other sins they're responsible for. Then why help them cover up this lie? Surely you can find better opportunities if this is really all about the money. Well, the money's good, as are the chambers I've been properly set up with. But more importantly, one doesn't gain the upper hand on their enemy by simply watching in the shadows. It's also easier for me to be able to keep a watchful eye on that bloody prince if he ever dares try something with Lady Clementine. There's no denying that Lady Clementine seems to be a pain point for both of them, but why? Reading my mind, Lyre stops ahead to wait for me. Between you and me, she's too good for him. Everyone is. Whoever marries him is guaranteed to have to deal with the real beast within him, and his cowardice. For a future ruler, he has no backbone, nor the gall to at least counter his parents' ideals or the court's. That's why when I discovered it was Callan or Maria who'd asked Clementine to come to the ball, I immediately offered to assist either of them. But I never promised I wouldn't voice my opposition should Callan propose to Clementine. And I'd do the same for you. Lyre's words are slowly bringing me back to that night. He didn't want me to go to Callan even once we learned that he was injured. Had I taken Lyre's advice and left without looking back, would I feel less conflicted? It's almost time. Time for what? For our little rehearsal. Fighting back a smile, Lyre takes out a vivid yellow elixir from his belt. Did I forget to mention that I'm technically working right now? You see, whenever there's a little soiree going on, sometimes we have Maria conjure a smaller specter for us to rehearse with before the big night. Once we spot it, I'll just need time for how long it takes for Callan to seemingly slay it, then clear the rest of the area for any leftover shadows. I suppose this means you'll be getting a front row seat to our performance. I suppose I will be. Although only beginning to watch one of you rehearsing. Well, Callan's too much of a coward to leave his own party. As for Maria, if she weren't so sympathetic towards the prince, I'd even say she'd be worthier candidate for any bloody throne. But alas, the throne in that castle isn't theirs to be sharing in the first place. Now lay low with me. No harm will come to you, but only if you stay close by. I don't need to be told twice to follow Lyre this time, as he's the only one who knows the charade all too well. You see that shadow just over there, past the tallest trees? Allow me to introduce you to our tiny practice beast. Just beyond the clearing, I can see the sprawling shadow wisping in the air. It's only a fraction of what the full specter becomes on the night of the ball, but it's still visible when the moonlight shines upon the emerald trees. By the time we reach it, it should be ready to disappear. And if it isn't, then I'll make sure it doesn't come back. With the elixir still tight in his hand, Lyre takes the lead once more. He's moving quickly, and yet I thought he wasn't in a rush. I'm starting to fall behind. Lyre, could you slow down? I can barely... Suddenly, I notice another shadow through the clearing. If Lyre's already heading towards a decoy beast, then which is this one? I stop to look for Lyre, but he's out of sight. So much for staying to protect me. Whatever the shadow is, it doesn't seem too happy with Lyre. There's no way it could be Callan. Could it? From beyond the trees, I can still make out the shimmering castle in the distance. The party still seems to be going, so he must still be there. At least, I hope so, because if it's not... Suddenly I catch the sight of the shadow again. It's now advancing down Lyre's path, leaving a trail of silver light in its wake. Of all the times I wish I had something better than a basket to defend myself. Nonetheless, it will simply have to do. Picking up the basket, I chase the silver light further into the woods. Who knows which part of the forest I'm even in anymore? Perhaps only the moon knows at this point. While I try to stay close to the shadow, I manage to lose it just as I reach the small clearing. From the other side, Lyre emerges with the larger shadow spiraling under his control, its wisp slowly beginning to dissipate into the night air. Sorry for the rush, Dare. I thought I mistimed Maria's spell by a minute, and that would have been catastrophic. Panting, I get ready to join him when all of a sudden the silver shadow rushes past me and sets its sights on Lyre. Lyre! Right behind you! By the realms! He's not gonna make it, is he? As Lyre tries to free up a hand to reach for another elixir, my instinct propels me towards the shadow first. With the moon as our witness, I raise my basket in the air. Stay away from him! My basket swings and misses at the shadow, but my wrist manages to slices through its silver tail. At once, the shadow bursts into moondusk, and the next gust of wind sends it back into the starry skies. The decoy beast soon joins it, leaving Lyre completely speechless. It's umbral magic, that's what it is. That's what it is, it's umbral magic. Please tell me I'm still immortal. Dare, why even doubt such a thing? No, don't start crying either. Listen to me. Why in the world would you think that this makes you anything but mortal? Did you not see what just happened just now? I didn't think it would actually work. Then call it for what it is, sheer dumb luck. Brother, you're in denial, bro. I'm an umbral fairy. Because Mary just mentioned earlier that umbral fairies were one of the only ones who knew how to make moon dust. So, I'm just saying. Perhaps that shadow might have even made contact with the repelling charm I'd been using on the other. Lyre, please. No more excuses. But it's not an excuse, Dare. The worst thing you could do right now is fancy yourself as something other than mortal. And for what reason? Because you think you'll be the better species? If you think that being a fairy will make them welcome you inside that palace, then you're sorely It's not because of that. It's because I just did fucking magic, bitch. I don't give a fuck about them. I give a fuck about the fact that I just cut a fucking monster in a moon dust. And the moon always favored us, apparently giving us ball gowns. Yeah. The best thing you can take from this moment is the fact that you're one courageous maid. Perhaps even a little reckless, but I do find it adorable how quickly you spring into action for me. Now, come here and let me send those tears away. Setting everything else aside, Lyre pulls me in into embrace. You really didn't think you had that kind of fight in you, did you? What stirred that passion within you? Was it the thought of losing me? These tears, they're so beautiful on you. Oh my god, he likes it when I cry. What a freak, dude. What a certified freak. He likes being tied up. He likes watching me cry. Even more beautiful than on any fairy I know. Such words aren't enough to sway my heart. Is it because you think you might have the heart of a fairy? You a freakazoid. Level 10. Wee woo. I know you don't want to discuss it, but how can anyone explain what's been happening to me? Well, perhaps that's the key to dispelling such assumptions. For one thing, the incident with Kellen could very well be his own doing more than yours. He's the one who bears the curse after all, not you. As for what happened tonight, I'm sure there's a more practical explanation. Is there really a practical explanation, or one that you're just hoping will keep me from asking more questions? Oh, there's that bite in you again. And you insist that you had no sense of preservation until today? My dear, I think you and I both know that in a realm like this, one with beasts lurking about it, it's so easy to pin the blame on mortals. I don't know, I'm kind of into his freak. I mean, I am too, but like, he's still a freak. Just because I like it don't mean he's not a freak. It's in a Celestite's nature to do so. They insist it was mortals who succumbed to greed, but what about them? And yet you still crave to be one. I did not say I wanted to be a Celestite, brother. You're assuming a lot of things. And you know what they say about assuming, liar? It makes an ass out of you and me. I just want to know who I really am. Well then, it'd be more than just my pleasure to guide you towards that answer. But if that's only if you aren't hoping such revelations will make a certain prince want you more. Well, I fall for someone who thrives off of secrets over the other knight who's willing to give you everything if you submit to him. No matter where I look, I can see the castle's lights far off. Somewhere out there is also the path I'm supposed to be taking home. Liar. I know, but do you really have to go? It's not like that Obastary bunch can promise you a better night than this. Perhaps not, but the last thing I need is for them to suspect my absence. I don't exactly have the luxury of going completely unnoticed anymore. Be honest, that was never a luxury. That was you settling for the life they forced you into. Mark my words, Dare. Should you stay close to me, you may very well see that the life you've been really dreaming of isn't so far away. In fact, it may just be a portal away. But for now, I'll let you keep playing the good girl in front of the others. Hopefully that buys us both the time we need to make our next moves. Flashing me a smile, Lyre tucks my arm under his and starts walking me back. Now, come along. It's much too late for a pretty maid to be walking around the woods by himself. There may be very well beasts lurking around in the shadows, but you have nothing to fear. Now when you have such a strong, humble knight by your side. I'm the most humble motherfucker in this place, says Lyre. Why must you hide from me when I long to see you again? The more I seek you, the more I'm reminded of when we last touched. You can no longer be a fleeting glimpse of a sudden warmth, only to disappear into the night. Now that I am awake, I can no longer return to who I was before you came along. The reflection I now see in the mirror isn't just of myself anymore. It's of you and me. For now, the only way I can encase these flames are with ink and paper. Yet I confess that I can only capture a fragment of this mysterious hold you have on me. Perhaps in parchment is best where I summon you for now, until I can find a way to have you in my grasp by the next fateful night. Want to thank you for the hydrate nugget. Yes, I will sip my water. Ah, very delicious. Very refreshing. I know, right? Should I explore the forbidden shelves of text, or should I pen my thoughts with ink and paper? I want to go to the library because I want to see Maria again, but I need to save. Can I not save right now? No, I can't. I don't think. I haven't saved in a hot sec. Please let me save. I don't think I can though. Oh, we gotta go to the library. We gotta go to the library. Okay, thank God, thank God. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll save this one here. Just in case. Yeah. Now we know before we get to that, we need to save once we open the letter. Okay, okay. Lately, Lady Rhodora has been ordering me to accompany my sisters to the palace. At first I thought it was because Clematis has been busy, but now it's as if she's finding new reasons to justify my presence in the palace. She's never done this before. And yet, I can't quite figure out why she would prefer sending me here if she truly suspected me of something. Shouldn't she be trying to keep me under her watch instead? Nonetheless, I'm now tasked to make myself useful somewhere while my sisters take their tea with other nobles. I would have been permitted to stay with the other maids if a noble hadn't complained that I resembled her and feared the prince might mistake her for a maid. I personally don't see the resemblance, but as of now, I'm not welcome until tea time is over. Damn, that's crazy. A noble being like, you look like me, and you're a maid, and I don't want the prince to think I'm a maid, so you need to leave. That's crazy. Closing the door behind me, I can already imagine myself retreating to the kitchens where Oporo was preparing for the royal supper. Yet something seems different about today. For once, I want to go off and wander. Instead of following down the main hall, I head towards another enormous set of stairs up ahead. I do believe the library is somewhere up here. One of the wings nearby has to lead towards the royal chambers, although if I keep going, perhaps I might find... I turn to the first door I see, only to quickly find that it is most certainly not empty. I expect for Lyre to turn around as soon as I open the door, but to my surprise, he remains focused at his desk. This has to be the writing room. I'm not surprised that it's far bigger than the one back at Augustery House. It almost resembles more of a classroom. I watch from the door as Lyre pauses to think before writing each new sentence. Oh my god, is he drafting up the next love letter for me right now? Oh my god. Lyre must have been quite focused if he didn't hear me coming from upstairs. One would think that a seasoned knight would be much more wary of his surroundings. Who could be writing his letter to? Just because he's writing one doesn't automatically mean he is. I pause, knowing the real question I'm daring to ask. Has Lyre been the one writing me all this time? All I need to do is catch a glimpse of his handwriting, and then I'll have my answer. Knowing Lyre, he won't want to show it to me, even if I ask nicely. So, how am I supposed to approach him? Surprise him with an embrace? Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna sneak hug him, and he'll be too distracted by our hug to realize that I'm looking over at the letter to see what he's written. I'm quite certain that Lyre isn't expecting me to surprise him out of the blue. Therefore, I must do what I must. Taking a deep breath, I push past my nerves to rush straight towards him, my arms ready to wrap around those strong shoulders. Lyre, I'm so glad you're here! As soon as I embrace him, Lyre sets his quill aside and pushes back against his seat until his lips brush along mine. He kissed me? Before I know it, I'm a heartbeat away from tasting a surprise kiss. Lyre, that's not... Are you sure? Because that was quite the way to get my attention. He stole my kiss! He stole a kiss from me, what the fuck? Bitch, that was from Maria! Whore! You man whore, how dare you? But I can't be mad at you. God damn it. You know I can't be mad at you. And for the record, oh, how I've missed you too, my enigmatic darling. Now, should we finish that kiss? Lyre taunts me further with a grin, knowing well that my eyes are on his letter. A letter which he is now suspiciously covered with a sweep of his cloak. Oh, so now you're being shy with me. What happened to my favorite mate's sudden burst of determination? I was quite enjoying the minx you were becoming earlier. Or was that a one-time only performance to see what I've been up to? What have you been up to, Lyre? I wasn't expecting to find you here of all places. Aw, do I not seem like the poetic type to you? Do you only reserve such assumptions for someone like the prince or the Grandee Estella? Well, I simply don't know who you'd be writing letters to. Well, it seems like we both have questions that we're yearning to be answered. Oh my god, he's so fucking slick with it, dude. And for what, dude? And for what? That's crazy. I suppose I'm just curious as to why you seem so keen about me when Maria's just a few doors down. Oh, that's where Mary is? Okay, bye. Bye. Wouldn't you prefer spending an afternoon as her newest apprentice? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm leaving. Bye. Bye, liar. I'm sure she'd be willing to teach you how to how to plant memories or whatever charm she's been working on lately. Can you actually do that? Plant memories? I don't see why not. Oh, so then they implanted memories of us being so then the umbral fairy royalty probably implanted memories of us being mortal, so we wouldn't question that we were actually mortal when we had our umbral powers sealed. Right? I'm ashamed to admit Liar's advances would have worked on me. SMH. Oh my god. Not loyal. I'm loyal to Maria, baby. But he is getting close to swaying my heart, because she's the only one with the magic to cast the fake penumbral beast. Her species is practically capable of anything other than ridding a prince of his sins. Then again, that's a situation that not even the purest of magic can likely resolve. Perhaps that might be why Callan's likely brooding in his study at the moment. As a matter of fact, he might also be writing something too. Does this mean you'll soon be off to see what he's up to? This knight is surely getting the most out of taunting me. I can't even tell if he's telling the truth about Callan. You aren't going for the door. You're really hoping that I'll tell you, aren't you, Dare? And if I do tell you, then what's in it for me? Ooh, I see. Is it... Would you do it for a kiss, or don't you want to satisfy me? I mean, my curiosity. Don't you want to satisfy my curiosity? Yeah, we have two hands. Can't we hold both Maria and Liars? Yeah. You know very well that I do. I just don't believe we had the same curiosities in mind yet. What are yours, then? Liar's so taken aback by my question that he pushes his chair back. I refuse to believe that you're this naive. That only leads me to assume that you're wanting to take this game further. The longer I keep silent, the more Liar thinks carefully about what he's going to say next. How about we turn this into a game? You have 3 guesses. That's it. And you'll really tell me if I'm right? But of course. With Liar's hypnotic gaze looming over me, I start thinking about my first guess. Are you writing a letter of resignation to Captain Azalea and her royal army? You don't seem too fond of working in groups. Oh, well, now that's one good guess. But that's all it is. Although now I'm wondering if I should be writing one before the good captain tries to send me out to do drills with her army again. The last thing I want is to be serving any army that makes me look like a saint compared to them. Then again, Azalea wasn't even a soldier herself during the wars, but that doesn't change my feelings on what the army means to this court. So, go on. Make your wise second guess. If it's not a letter of resignation, then perhaps is it a personal message to your family? That would be impossible. I'm the only one left. What if... Okay. Hear me out. So in the letter that we were sent, right? In the letter that we were sent, which let me see if I can pull up that letter actually. Can I see the letter? I guess maybe I can't see the letters right now. Oh wait, no, it's in collectibles, I think. Yeah, collectibles. The letter, I think it was this one. Wait, no. It wasn't that one. Was it this one? Hold on, I gotta find, which one is it? Was it this one? Ah, This one. Okay. They say the most beautiful flowers in Celarune are the ones that grow precisely after the rainfall. With the rain comes the rainbow, and when it makes contact with even the slightest bit of moon dust and falls upon the lands, it can restore our nature into its fullest glory. Have you ever seen such a phenomenon before? One that can make the midnight blossoms bloom and blush so brightly? To see such a wonder, one must follow a hidden cobblestone path that's not only been blessed by the moonlight, but by your delicate ray of sunshine. If you've yet to see such a wondrous thing, maybe I'd be the first to take you there. So, specifically mentioning, right, the hidden cobblestone path, right, with and mentioning like the flowers and stuff like that. When we met him in the town, he mentioned that in Veldim, whatever the fucking the mortal world, the mortal realm past the portal, that the cerulean forest, the way to get back to the town through the cerulean forest was through a path with flowers, and he loved being there during the rain, right? And he loved watching the rain in there. So I'm saying, what if he knows that we are an umbral fairy, and he was probably our knight back when we were an umbral fairy before we got sealed, and so he was the knight in charge of keeping watch over us to make sure that nobody realized the truth, as he escorted us to the mortal realm. So that's why he was familiar with the mortal realm, right? But then he also knows the truth of that area, but he also knows us, right? Because he's not surprised about us at all. Right, so maybe he's also an umbral fairy, but he's pretending, and he's hidden his stuff, so he looks like a Celestite fairy, and that's why he plays very coy and he tries to keep that shit under wraps because he doesn't want to know. But he's actually like our knight back then, right? Explain why he knows who we are immediately. That's what I'm saying. That's what I feel like. I'm piecing it together. Because some of these, I think all of these letters are from all three of them. I think all three of them are writing me, and it's just a matter of trying to piece together who is who, right? Because obviously, I'm pretty sure the other letter, this one, I'm pretty sure this is from Callan. And then, yeah. Oh, no, this one I think is from Maria, right? Be bold and be curious, and you shall find me under the string of starlight, right? I think that one's from Maria, but I think that this one is Callan, right? So I think all three of them have sent me a letter, right? So I don't think it's necessarily one specific person that's been writing me letters. I think it's all three of them. Also, maybe him trying to convince us that we're mortal is because he doesn't want to put us in danger, especially when we're clearly confused about everything. Exactly. I think he's trying to hide it from us because he knows that if for some reason we figure it out, it might like break the spell that's currently like suppressing our umbral fairy magic or whatever, and will expose the fact that we're not actually mortal and could put us potentially in even more danger than a mortal would be in, right? Also, hi Leonix, I see you on the YouTube side. What you doing over there? But yeah, okay. I'm done theory crafting for now. That's what I think. That's my more fleshed out umbral fairy main character theory. My heart feels tight all of a sudden. My apologies. I shouldn't have mentioned it. Oh yeah, and that's why I think his family's dead, is because he's the only one left, because all of the other umbral fairies were basically driven to extinction. So yeah, that's why he doesn't have a family anymore, because they were umbral fairies and they were killed. Theorizing, you heckin' nerd. Yeah, I'm theory crafting. I feel like I'm piecing the puzzle together. I got the red string everywhere. I'm saying if he is our loyal knight ex-secret princess, ooh, yeah, it would be very cute. There's nothing to be sorry about. Time can be quite cruel, especially when you don't choose to be the only one left. If anything, you might be one of the only souls here who knows this feeling. That might be why I'm doing whatever I can to keep you here with me for as long as possible. Now, this leaves you with just one last guess. After such a confession, I can hardly bring myself to think. It's not until I notice the light glistening over the open bottle of ink that my last guess comes to me. Are you sending a love letter to someone? Perhaps there's some sweetheart from another court who's been waiting to hear from you. You think I have a sweetheart out there? One who needs me, who misses me, craves me, and longs for me to take her in my arms and remind her how it feels when I warm her bed. Hey, yo! Sheesh! My heart is pounding all over again. I suddenly don't want to know the answer to that one anymore. As if reading my mind, Lyre leans in and brushes the hair away from my eyes. I'm sorry, Dere, but you're wrong. I'm not writing to my lover from another land. I honestly wouldn't be able to stomach such an arrangement all over again, nor find the poetry to make such promises to them. Again, he says. Again. Does this mean that you don't enjoy love letters of any kind? It rather means that if I have such intense emotions to share, I wouldn't be so quick about sharing them with just anybody in broad daylight. Again, he says. You thought you could slip that singular word past me, You think you're slick, huh? That kind of passion should be best reserved until nightfall, when only then I can unleash every last ounce before the sun claims the skies again. Every last ounce of what, Lyre? Okay. Perhaps that date might come sooner than you think. As for today, without any warning, the doors swing wide open. You think you can trick theory crafter Dere? He sees all the clues. Yeah, I got my big boy glasses on right now. Without any warning, the doors swing wide open. Lyre, are you finished yet, or am I gonna have to pry you out of there, quill and all? Oh, you've got company now. I take it this means you aren't heading downstairs yet? Tea time just wrapped up, so the main hall is teeming with lovely, lovely creatures in need of some praise. Yeah, what are you unleashing on us, Lyre? Just before Bartholomew can get a look at me, I bow my head and turn away. Ah, these maids, so cute and bashful. I can see why you have a soft spot for them, Lyre. Well, what can I say? Perhaps I'm still the kind of virtuous knight I claim that I never strive to be. See? You see what I'm putting down? You see what I'm cooking up in here? Virtuous? I think not. But that is exactly why more than half the ladies downstairs have been asking for you. So, make it quick, will you? We owe it to them to make a grand entrance. Pleased with himself, Bartholomew marches off to join the commotion downstairs. As soon as the door slams shut, Lyre tosses his grin aside and returns to clear the desk. Pay no attention to that rake, Dere. He doesn't know half of what he's saying half the time. I don't even know why I'm telling you this when you experienced it for yourself the other night. Do you think he recognized me at all? I doubt he would. He barely remembers the day after any feast, let alone proper names of his admirers. He is a bit of a walking contradiction, to be honest. If he weren't half Celestite, then he'd be a servant too. Bartholomew is only half Celestite? Oh, so maybe he's half Umbral, half Celestite, right? Maybe that's why they're like, okay, he can blend in because he can pull off his Celestite half to make people think he's full Celestite, right? It's most certainly not something he wants anybody ever touting, but it's bloody true. He's also adopted as well, yet he'll admit that fact when bragging that he's the son of the most esteemed Celestite general who served during the Chroma Wars. With such prestige and status, there's really no need for him to admit to his other half, not even if it could prove that no species ever truly stays extinct. Unlike most of us, Bartholomew has every opportunity in the world that he could ever want, but only if he keeps that secret to himself. However, that isn't the same for everybody else. Some of us want the truth, no matter what it takes. Before I can catch any last glimpse, Lyre rolls up his parchment and tucks it into his tunic. I'm sure you must hate me for denying your curiosities, but I'm the one willing to assure you that it is of no matter who you might think I'm writing to. There's only one person who's claimed more thoughts and dreams than any other lately. And if you think that's going to change anytime soon, then you're wrong. I'm just waiting for her to accept what she truly desires above all else, even if that means finding happiness with me in a land far beyond this one. Perhaps in the land that she once called home. No matter the time of day, I burn for you. There's a certain peculiar grace you possess, a quiet power that I confess intrigues me more deeply than I care to admit its spoken words. While the court engages in its midnight revelries, I prefer to stand beneath the brilliant chandeliers where movements speak louder than words, and a true partner's steps can guide another without fear. Here is where I wonder if you'll ever care to share such secrets with me. Perhaps in my most selfish dreams, I envision becoming your secret keeper, one who knows the beauty from behind the mask and clasped in your heart in my hands. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's gotta be. Yeah, crazy. Ooh. Should I accompany my sisters to their waltzing lessons? Or should I go search for candles to read my book at night? Ooh, that's tough. Because I'm trying to get on Maria. I'm trying to find Maria, dude. And I feel like this is determining whether I run into if I run into Callan, if I go to waltzing lessons, or if I run into, or if this is like game over or not, or it's Maria. I can't tell. I think I gotta go to the waltzing lessons. I don't know. I feel like if I click this one, it's gonna give me another like whoopsie, you failed again kind of thing. Did we save? We did, but not super recently. But let me go ahead and save here. There we go. Okay. Just when I thought I'd wait before setting foot into this palace again, Lady Rhodora has ordered me to accompany my foster sisters to their quarterly dancing lessons. This time, she even insisted upon me going, and that's a first. It's as if she's been reading my mind lately, knowing what a trap this place has become for me. I can only hope that today will be less eventful. While my sisters will be off learning the Satyrium waltz with the other nobles, I'm tasked to wait nearby until they're done. Just as I finish helping Briar and Anemone out of their coats, an ethereal Celestite dressed in plumes and violets beckons the nobles to gather around. Come, we simply must get started before the next session comes a-knocking. As per His Majesty's orders, the next masquerade's theme has been chosen, and it can be surmised in a single word. Metamorphosis. We can all appreciate the grace and beauty of a Celestite who can dance to the phases of a lunar clock. Now, the Satyrium waltz is recognized by every royalty to determine the union of their nuptial couples. However, this sacred dance is more than just a promise between two lovers. This dance will be your offering to the very forces which upholds the realms themselves. You must make your wishes clear in your steps and let the elements guide you towards your fate. As for one of you, it may very well lie in the hands of a certain honorable prince. At the mention of Callan, my foster sisters can barely conceal their excitement. It's not until Sir Bartholomew stops by to watch the lesson that Anemone nudges Briar to stop giggling. It seems that the hunter has returned. No doubt he's looking for butterflies, which he thinks he can catch at the next ball. He hardly ever seems to want to play any other role if he could get away with it, doesn't he? Keeping an eye out, I watch as the waltz master partners each suitor with one of his dancers. As usual, Lysianthus managed to charm her partner and everyone around her with an elegant curtsy. If only the same could be said for either of my sisters. Despite their years of private dance lessons, they've still yet to master the art of subtlety towards their dance partner. All the while, Bartholomew seems to be enjoying every minute of this. At least it seems like he's only passing through. I sincerely hope that there will be no more disruptions from... Excuse me, my dear. Didn't you hear what I said? I turn around expecting for another noble to answer him, only to find the waltz master gliding towards me. Wouldn't you care to learn this dance as well, my dear? Surely he's not being serious right now. Or is he? Surprised, I wait for a moment before even thinking of an answer. My good sir, you must be mistaken. You see, I'm only here to wait on the Obosary sisters. Ah, but you could use some instruction as well. Perhaps you may not have a candidate in the running, but it doesn't hurt for you to know the basics of a proper waltz. Forget Lady Rhodora reading my mind. This waltz master clearly knows that I don't want Callan judging my lack of dancing skills yet again. As the waltz master beckons me to follow him to the dance floor, it's not long before the rest of the suitors have something to say about this. Oh, so now the maids are joining our lesson? But that's not possible. She's not even invited to the next ball. Oh, not invited, but even my maids were. What kind of maid wouldn't be invited to at least take one night off? Well, that's only because, well, she happens to be, Before she can say it, an enemy stomps towards us. Excuse me, sir? That happens to be our maid, and we happen to have in good authority that she is not going to be invited to the next ball. Nor any ball, for that matter. Damn, bitch. On good authority, you say? Still, His Majesty did say that all citizens are welcome to attend his masquerade. I would consider it a personal failure of mine if I didn't extend these lessons to the rest of the guests should they enhance the atmosphere. At the very least, I dare say that Prince Callan might appreciate any suitor willing to show some goodwill towards their own staff. Would he not? Ooh, look at that. He's pulling the Prince Callan would like it if you let me teach this person how to dance card. Oh, I suppose he would. Wouldn't he? I only hope she doesn't give you much trouble, that's all. Might I say that she typically struggles with learning just about anything? How about you let me be the judge of that, dear? In the meantime, you best return to your lessons. Even as the waltz master takes me aside, an enemy can't help but shoot a glare before scoffing back to her partner. As grateful as I am for this, why is he so insistent upon me learning how to dance? None of the other maids seem to be joining in. In fact, they've all just been left to go prepare the post-class refreshments. There simply has to be another explanation for this. Just as I take to the dance floor, the doors swing open. Adorned in her elegant cape, Maria comes striding in with none other than Lady Ovidia on her arm. My wife! She's here! She's arrived! Suddenly, I have my answer. But of course Maria has something to do with all of this, doesn't she? The more she keeps smiling this way, she's done just about everything but admit to it in words. The other nobles are reduced to whispers as Maria brings the golden beauty over to greet the waltz master. Sorry we're late, my good sir. Just know that I had every intention of being here on time, but I had to ensure that Lady Ovidia had recovered well enough to be twirling about to her heart's content. I also do believe that she's in quite the dancing mood today. Is she now? Do you believe you're in good state to join us, my dear? Maria does jest, but I really don't want to miss this lesson, sir. I only have so many days to visit Australis as it is, and I dread to spend them confined to my room. Although Maria did take it upon herself to send me some succulents to keep me company. And, well, Prince Callan also came to visit me just the other day. She's referring to when he paid her a visit with the Queen. I'm afraid that not even Maria can quell the other nobles' suspicions this time. One look at this class and you can tell who's silently judging the Golden Fairy from head to toe. Since that night, the rumors against Lady Ovidia have only surged, even among the servants. Even I can't help but wonder what her presence will bring, especially if what Lyre says about her and Callan is true. Well, it would be a pleasure for Miss Ovidia to join us. Alas, I will have to see about conjuring up another partner for her. As it seems I've miscounted how many we'd need for today's lessons. Perhaps Lady Ovidia should take my place, or perhaps she can share my partner. Can I save here? I can save here. Okay. There we go. See, because I'm thinking, maybe she'll take my place, but then that means I'll get to dance with Maria, right? Because then Maria will probably offer, be like, I'll dance with you, right? That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm gonna go for, but we'll see. Perhaps Lady Ovidia should take my place. I'm sure the lesson will be put to far better use. Who was Lady Ovidia again? Princess from another court? Yeah, she's the Helios princess, the sun fairy princess. Nonsense, my dearest. You'll stay right where you are. I don't want to hear any arguments either, not unless you're ready for a barrage of compliments your way. You must stay and enjoy your lesson, just as I will take it upon myself to guarantee Lady Ovidia a proper one of her own. Come again, my dear Grandia Stella? I do hope you didn't just say you'd devote more time to me than you already have. Oh, and if that's what I suggested? Lady Ovidia isn't the only one who's surprised. No, I wanted you to dance with me, Maria. You should have danced with me. It's not fair. I want to dance with you, not Lady Ovidia. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Maria's enjoying getting to play Prince for the day. Please, Maria, please. I suppose if I make myself available, then not only does Lady Ovidia have a partner of her own, but now Dare here has absolutely no excuses but to continue their worthwhile lessons. Based on ranking, and in my opinion, us relinquishing our place, especially as a maid, just makes sense. Yeah, it does. That's why I did go with it too. It was like, that's the one that makes the most sense. Otherwise, who knows what would happen? I don't know. It'd be criminal to deny such a pleasure, and I do hope she realizes that, in fact, that fact if she hasn't yet. Now I'm truly certain that Maria is up to something. Just what could she be scheming now? And is Lady Ovidia her accomplice now? With a sunny smile, Lady Ovidia concedes the grand magician by offering her dainty hand to her. Well then, if you insist, then I would be honored to share this lesson with you, Grandia Stella. Oh, I thought you'd never ask. The pleasure is all mine. I watch as the two of them find a spot to commence their lessons nearby. I almost forget that I'm supposed to start mine until the waltz master chits at me to curtsy before my dance partner. First step should come naturally, regardless of class. As for the second step, you're to let the prince lead you accordingly into it. Before I can cast the waltz master a suspicious look, my partner takes my hand and rests his own on my waist. Before I know it, he begins to lead me into a slow spin. I'm sure he can tell how little I've danced in my lifetime. Callan surely could. Perhaps he's the one who told Maria that I'm in need of lessons. As much as I try to focus on my footwork, I'm within perfect view of Maria and Lady Ovidia. The both of them are moving in such perfect harmony that even some of the other nobles can't help but stop and watch and whisper. She's a Helian fairy, isn't she? Except that I don't believe she's an heir to their royal court. I suspect that she's just of some noble blood. If that's true, then why does she need to command such attention? We're all status here. There's no need to act like she's the only candidate in the room. Ah, but you forget. The word in town is that she's been personally invited by the prince. Now that can't possibly be true. The whispers grow only more intense by the minute, but neither Maria nor Lady Ovidia seem to care at the moment. And here I thought these nobles would be saving their worst for me throughout the session. Never would have expected them to be sending it toward Lady Ovidia, not when she at least bears an aura closer to theirs than I do. Although, up until recently, I never even considered if I could even have one too. Still, I doubt that'd be enough for me to be accepted into respectable society. If that's what you would call this hostile environment, and all because a sun fairy and a maid have dared to enter their gardens. Even while amongst its graceful spins and dreamy silence, the waltz master can without a doubt read the room. My, I'm seeing such beautiful step work from every one of you. It seems that we don't need to spend so much time on the basics. That just means we can all move on to the most crucial part of this waltz. That is, your offering. If the prince happens to be the one leading this dance, a prospective suitor must welcome the moonlight as they would for their normal rituals. Once the light casts upon you, instead of absorbing it within, you're to release it. By doing so, it'll be like releasing a part of your heart, all while bound in starlight. And more importantly, Prince Callan will bear witness to the aura he may come to choose to seal his destiny with. So if you would all please focus and prepare for the light to shine down upon you. Almost suddenly, I turned to the waltz master. Am I to skip this part, sir? If the light has no effect upon you, then you may simply keep dancing, of course. His eyes twinkle for a moment at me before stepping aside to let the dome to glow silver above us. The candles flicker as the ballroom melts into a warm, pungent haze until we find ourselves like in a reverie. I can hear the nobles sighing longingly all around me, the mist luring them into a tranquil state in preparation for their rites. I've yet to experience anything so far. Then again, neither has Lady Ovidia. Both she and Mary are still dancing, lost in an elegant cycle of their own. As a Helian fairy, the moon most likely has little effect on her than a sunlight would. From the corner of my eye, several nobles begin to pull away from their dance partners to bask under the beam of moonlight shining through the dome. Their fingertips glow as they spin, their movements leaving a trail of moon dust in their wake. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Make your wishes clear to the elements and let them understand what you seek should you reign upon these lands. The Celestites welcome the light upon them, twinkling and moving as brightly as shooting stars across the dance floor. I'm so entranced that I fail to notice that Lady Ovidia has begun to glow while twirling for Maria. Wait a moment. How is Lady Ovidia responding to the moonlight? Don't tell me that Helian fairies still have some sort of reaction. But then, does that mean? Before I can even finish, I sense my fingertips growing warm while in my partner's hands. Oh no, that's not possible. What's not possible, miss? I don't think I should be... Lost for words, I first turn to the waltz master, but he's far too preoccupied with the other nobles. See, because we are part fairy at the very least. At the very least. It can't be helped that we're reacting to the moonlight. Then I turn to Lady Ovidia, who, unlike the Celestites, is emitting a rose-golden aura of her flowing gown and tresses. All the while, I'm beginning to see thin violet glow radiating from my own uniform. Violet, violet, violet. It's purple. It's purple. That means umbral. I'm telling you, my theory, it's coming together. It's all piecing together. I think I'm onto it. I think I've cracked it. This can't be happening. Not with my foster sisters around. Everyone here must already be on the lookout since the last masquerade, and surely this will be their proof. Terror keeps settling in as my dance partner is now just beginning to notice my aura. Lady Ovidia has since joined the others, yet her aura is far dimmer than the others. But sure enough, she is still a fairy of the elements just like them. And now, apparently, so am I? I need to leave. There's no way I'll simply stay here and let my secret be exposed. Absolutely no way. Mind if I steal a dance with you, my dearest maid? Swooping in, Maria captures me in her waltz. It all happens so quickly that not even my partner realizes until Maria twirls me away into a corner. Did you really think I wouldn't ask you to dance with me when I had the chance? Maria, you finally came. I thought you abandoned me, Maria. I thought you left me for a sun fairy. Maria. Maria, I really don't think this is the right time. You ought to let me go. I don't think you want me to do that, my dearest. Not when there'll be eyes watching no matter where you go. At her words, I suddenly notice the other nobles glancing this way as they keep submitting to the light. Did you know that this was going to happen to me if I danced this waltz? I suppose the better question would be if you think you could master this waltz as well as they can on the first try. With a squeeze to my waist, Maria presses me closer to her and emboldens me to follow in her dance. These hands of yours better know what they're doing. Oh, so you're willing to trust me then? I do admit I've been wondering what your answer would have been had you had the chance to say it that night. Had terror not struck you again? You mean? Some of that night may have been lost to terror, but at least I have the memory of your presence in mind. In spite of everything, Callan was dazzled by you as well. What about you? With a low hum, Maria counters my question by guiding me into a delicate spin, one unlike I've ever managed before. She's being so enigmatic today, but almost seems to be enjoying it. So, have both Callan and Lady Ovidia recovered well? As you said, I have experienced hands. I've wrangled with enough forces in this realm to know how to mend their wounds, but sadly, not all for one of them. You don't know what more can help Callan, do you? I have a theory, one that you've slowly been proving me right lately. I just need further confirmation. You might think it's best to run from all of this, but I did mean it when I said I would do whatever it takes to protect you, if you trusted my word. And yet you're willing to expose my secret to everyone right now? Instead of leading me into a spin, Maria brings me closer until her cape pulls down my shoulders. Her fingers curl over mine. My dearest, dearest maid, the only person I want you to expose yourself to at this moment is yourself. This just happened to be the only way. Our eyes meet as the violet glow starts to overtake me. Maria, please, please do something. You have to promise me you'll trust me from here on now. I can feel my whole body grow warmer, the haze slowly absorbing into me. I'm beginning to understand why the other nobles seem so tranquil once the light reaches them. But how can I stay relaxed at a time like this? Maria, please. Do you trust me then, my dearest? With your secret and your fate? My eyes flicker while searching for her, as I can barely control the rest of my body to nod. I can only trust you as much as any mortal can. A mortal, Maria, not a fairy. At least not yet. I see, then. Well, I suppose that's acceptable. For now. Clasping both of my hands, Maria spins me out of view of the others, right as my aura unleashes out of me. In a swift second, she guides it towards her and channels it straight into her instead of the moonlight above. The force sends me nearly stumbling into her arms, but she's quick to catch me as I draw a breath. Careful, my dearest. You don't want any more attention drawn upon yourself, do you? Were you always planning on stopping it? For someone with so much power, Maria's grasp never ceases to be gentle, especially when she reaches to clasp my space. I hope today's demonstration is more than enough proof for you, Dare. The next masquerade may call upon you to know what could happen if you're asked for a waltz. Is this what you want me to do, or is it simply what Callan needs? You've given me your trust, haven't you? That's a worthy token for me to cherish alone. But I suppose if you're asking me what I really want, should you ever dedicate to giving it to me someday, would be the rest of your heart. That way, no matter what happens beyond what one calls destiny, you'll never be alone without me. What does she mean by that? If she insists that Callan is part of my destiny, wouldn't I only need his protection? Unless, could there be a chance he'll always remain a beast? Just then, the moonlight begins to fade away, leaving the Celestites to awaken from their trance. Lady Avidia is the first to awaken, her eyes still glassy as the rose gold aura dissipates as soon as she steps away from under the dome. At once, Maria instinctively lets me go and offers her a hand. Was it too much for you, my lady? I'm afraid just a bit. Perhaps I may need to lie down. I suspect the rest of them might also have to. I don't think that'll be the case for them. Celestites regain their energy from the moonlight, not be drained of it. But you, my dear, might be struggling with the opposite. So, come along. Resting her hand on hers, Maria turns to me before leaving. Please consider my words carefully, my dearest. And most importantly, promise me that you'll save a dance for me at the next masquerade. Consider this my formal invitation, should you not have one already. I promise you in all my power that you won't regret it. After arriving home, a letter arrives for me. When I close my eyes, there you are in my dreams. I dream of us preparing for the ball, your delicate hands on my collar, my gloves running along your angelic shoulders. Even our masks are matching. It's all so clear and vivid to me. And each and every time our whispers are quick to turn into heated promises of meeting someplace where our two souls can ignite one another into a sweet chaos of our own. Should we meet, the stage will be set. The veils will be lifted, my lips will find theirs claim, and I will become the one to hold your secrets closely with mine. You must follow the call of your destiny and meet me where every waltzing shadow on the wall disperses into starlight. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Should I prepare my foster sister's outfits for the ball? Or should I lock this message away and ease my heart? I think we gotta prepare their dresses for the ball. The Abasteries have left for the ball, their night poised to be filled with mystique and wonder. Perhaps mine would have been the same if I had chosen to follow the letter I've been keeping so close to my heart. But alas, I shouldn't. In spite of my search for answers, I'd be walking to a trap if I attended tonight. Oh, was I supposed to actually go? Oops. Whoopsie. I think the writing for that second option was a little confusing. Whoever keeps insisting for me to come surely has to know the risks by now. Can they blame me for choosing to remain here in seclusion? I refuse to linger in the empty parlor room any longer. I simply need to make myself useful. As I make haste towards the stairs, I hear a familiar rustling behind me, coming from the garden. The flower is already glowing again, isn't it? It's waiting to adorn me with a mask worthy of this starry night. But I can't go. I just can't. Not without knowing what could happen again. As much as I want nothing more than to bolt out the room, my hand remains tight on the banister. The thought of tearing myself away from such a calling stirs a dull ache in my heart. I mustn't bargain with myself like this. I'll only confound myself further. Even if I wanted to go for even 5 minutes, who knows what could happen in that time? It only took a moment's breath to almost expose my identity even before I knew it myself. Even if I long to know who truly wants me there, will it truly be what we both need and want from each other? I hear the flower rustling again against the bushes, only this time it bears a familiar voice. What if I told you that by attending tonight, you'll never have to live as a maid again? My wife, you've come to pick me up! Oh my god, hold on, I'm slipping in my chair, dude. I'm like shrimping. Okay. I'm back. I'm locked in. I turn to Maria's regal presence as she stands before the door. With her most sparkling mask and cloak, she shines above even the most expensive finery the officeries have in this room. After what I promised you last time before, you still don't want to go to the ball? You'll have to promise me all over again. Oh, my dearest, and why isn't my last promise enough for you? I just like hearing you say it, that's why. I fear that tonight will bring more than just the usual danger. I'm well aware that I also know more about certain things and should have stayed secret for longer. I suspect that the other secrets you're referring to. In that case, I hope my presence gives you the kind of assurance that you're looking for tonight, especially since I've been slowly unraveling your potential. That's why I'm here, dare I? I'm here to ask you to come to this masquerade where a prince awaits your hand. Is he really waiting for me? Or is it just you who's hoping that I'll go looking for him? He needs your help, my dearest. Perhaps even more than he can let himself say or even realize just yet. But for that, I want you to come to the ball. Would I only be there to see Callan? I can't make you do anything that you don't want to. Or well, I suppose I can if I truly wanted to, but I never bear doing such a thing to you. The only thing I can do is wish that once you're at the ball, you'll seek the one whose heart you believe rings true with yours. On days like these, I long for Vesdom more than anything, as if all I need to do is wake up from this dream. But then I remember, my real home has to be long gone. All I'm doing is chasing fairytale, hoping that the roses will still bloom freely as they once did before. Meanwhile, the very same roses are currently growing in Australis, cared for by a prince. Could I ever see myself tending to those roses and calling such an opulent place home? My silence lures Maria to come closer, and she tilts my gaze to hers. Let me give you a mask worthy only for the diamond among the pebbles, one that only few can see right through it. But those who can won't recognize you by your face, but rather by your heart. The masquerade has already begun by the time I arrive in my mask of diamonds. With the lights twinkling like fireflies across the dome, and the moonlight spilling through the windows with a layer of mist, it's as if I'm entering a mystical cove. Only that in this cove, the fairies here don't just attend balls to frolic and be merry. Theirs are the kinds who all have their eye on one particular prize, and at all else to secure their fortunes and place in society. And Maria here thinks that I should be among them? Unless she believes that I'll somehow have a say at some point to change what defines a fairy's rank, and that's only if Callan would ever let me do such a thing. At the center of the ballroom, a cluster of Prince Callan's most ardent suitors await him, their patience being tested. They keep looking over to the king and queen presiding over the night while prudently keeping their distance from them. So, where is Callan? Before I can look around, a melodic voice brings the room to a whisper. My dears, it's time for the Satrium Waltz. I trust you've all been rehearsing your proper waltzing techniques in preparation for tonight? All of the heiresses put on their smiles and nod, each hoping to catch the queen's approving eye as they do. Cloaked in astral sunflowers, Delorium, the butterfly keeper, makes their way to the center with a trail of butterflies made of light. If I may address the king and queen of the moondusk court, I am delighted to present a grand gesture made to make your palace and the future king. Is he not here? He most certainly is, although he must have stepped out for some fresh air. But please go ahead with the dance. I'm sure I'll be quick to jump in once he's returned. So, is Callan really outside? Perhaps he may be in the garden? Or is that what they want everyone to believe? The butterfly keeper is surprised by the queen's remark, yet nods nonetheless. Very well then, we shall start, and hope that he will arrive just in time for when his suitors each present their dance for him. Now, if you may all get into position. Delorium ushers us aside and gives the suitors enough space to dance. I quietly follow back, watching as my own foster sisters join their mystical circle. In this light, they do look quite beautiful. I only wish I could say the same for what's inside. As the lights dim, the butterflies flutter to eclipse the light above the dome until the room is nearly pitch black. Just before it does, the fairies all toss their heads back and begin to emit wisps of incandescent light of their own, summoning their wings. The waltz of metamorphosis, the offering of nature, the chance to restore the balance and assure the cosmos of its right to control our destinies. Control our destinies. That reminds me of what Maria said before she left the manor after giving me this disguise. She told me that my heart would serve a map of this palace above all else. If what she says is true, then surely I could find anyone who I'm looking for, can't I? If so, who is it that my heart yearns to find tonight? Maria, Maria. Oh, we're gonna save though. We're gonna save right there. Right there. Save. There we go. Maria, Maria. I know that Maria insisted upon me searching for Callan, but every time I replay her words in my mind, I think back to the letters I've been receiving. She admits to being my flower, my guide into this realm, but is that all she presents herself to be? How can words come from someone who only seeks to matchmake me with the prince? At the first chance I see, I slip away from the waltz to search for the one person who's claiming my thoughts since arriving here tonight. After all, she's the one who gave me this mask. With all the guests and the palace staff downstairs working during the festivities, the rest of the palace and all its corridors are quite empty. Even the library seems hollow without Ariadne, the librarian around the loom through the aisles. Come to think of it, I wouldn't know if Ariadne was even at the ball. I suppose that's the point of the masquerade, to truly be free to let yourself be whomever you want, if you so desire. The further I venture inside, the more I'm starting to think that Maria is most likely somewhere else. She never quite said she'd be downstairs, but something told me she was hoping for the festivities to start sooner in her favor. Unless she's busy helping Callan with preparing for his chance to slay the fake penumbral beast again. At that thought, I get ready to head back downstairs when suddenly I hear a book close shut behind me. What on earth are you doing here, my dearest? So this is where you've been. Why won't you answer me first? And here I thought by putting you in the finest gown and mask that you'd go running straight into that waltz. Has Callan really not spotted you yet? That prince, I didn't think he'd be that oblivious tonight. Well now, I suppose if we could adjust your outfit a little and then see if that catches his eye. As Mary tries to take me to the door, I stay right where I am. Oh, what's the matter, my dearest? I came here to see you, not him. Me? Why me? Is it because there's something wrong with your outfit? I just don't know what else it could be after we had our little talk earlier. I thought we both agreed that coming here tonight was going to be the right decision for you, and perhaps for others as well. Including you? Yes, I would say so. Trust me when I say that I'd be the first to congratulate you if you and Callan can come to some sort of wonderful agreement. After seeing him suffer for so long, one would naturally be delighted to see him choose to spend his life with someone who cannot just cure his ailment, but bring him joy. But I just told you that I'm here to see you. Oh, yes, of course you did. If it's just a moment of assurance that you need, then you have it from me. You aren't just lovely to... No, I'm here for you. I'm here to woo you. I'm here for your heart. I'm not here for you to fix my outfit for Callan. I'm not here for you to get advice or reassurance for Callan. I'm here for you. I'm gonna make you mine, Maria. You aren't just lovely tonight, my dearest. Your good nature has a tendency to light up a room all on its own. I should know. You make me smile whenever we're in the company of each other. Even right now, this feels quite nice, don't you think? As confident as Mara keeps trying to sound, she's rambling more than usual. I gave you an outfit that not even the queen herself would know it's you outright, so there's no reason to be afraid anymore. As for Callan, he only has so much time before he might have to pull away early from the ball. I get the sense that if he stays for too long, he's going to be cornered to make an announcement before he's even finished waltzing with every one of those suitors. Hence why I insist that you start making your way downstairs before he... Once more, Maria tries to guide me to the door, only this time her hands clasp tightly around mine. The moment she realizes it too, she almost pulls back before steadying herself against the doorway. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I grab too tightly? I don't mean to harm you. In fact, let me make sure that I haven't done any damage to your hands. My hands are fine, Maria. It's you who I'm wondering about. About what? Her voice is so soft all of a sudden, almost vulnerable. Surely she's sensing the same thing that I am. With a softened sigh, Maria pulls her mask and tosses it aside. If you're really asking me, then I don't know if it's a good idea that we stay here for much longer. Not unless you're simply here to ask me to make sure you're ready for the prince. Is this how you really feel about me? I suppose that I do feel a spark of joy when you're around the palace. Even Apora can tell that spirits are up when I've managed to find an excuse to lure you here. But I also can't pretend that my feelings are what's most important in this situation. What if they really are? Oh, my dearest, you're tempting me. You really are. Oh my, I really don't know what quite to say. I should be telling you to go downstairs and impress the very person who could change your life for the better, as I know your presence will soothe him too. I should be telling you that if you heed my advice, you'll soon have back everything that was once taken from you. It's not lost on me how much Callan has begun to doubt whether he should have claim to this court without a rightful fairy by his side. A fairy. You, Dere, you know what you are. Quite frankly, you never needed me to assure you of that, but I understand. I was right. But in spite of all of that, I can't in right mind ask you to let go of such a future for my sake. Can we share this one night? Oh? This one night? Lost for words, Maria turns to the window to consult the stars. I should be immediately refusing such a request, you know? When I told Callan that I would help him find a cure, I didn't think that it would require finding someone for him to love. It wasn't until I began to acknowledge the hollow shell this castle has become that I couldn't ignore the possibility that it wasn't an object we had to find, but a fairy. In spite of her somberness, Maria begins making her way towards me. Just when I wait for her to take my hand, she strides past me without a word. Maria? Before I know it, Maria is shutting the door and locking it. I don't expect anyone to come here so soon, but I'd hate the thought of being interrupted if this is all the time we have. Yeah, baby, she locked the door. You know what that means. We're getting it on. We're getting that fairy magic, that moondust getting together, if you know what I'm saying. Finally, her smile starts to grow as she shows the key off to me, then hides it in the depth of her cloak. Come here, my dearest. I should admit that I don't indulge quite as often as others do in this palace, but what I can't offer in experience, I can offer in ardor. Sheesh! Let's fucking go! Leaning back, Maria makes good on her word by loosening her tunic before me. Ren, are you watching this, Ren? Ren, are you seeing what I'm seeing on the screen right now, Ren? Ren, come back to me. Where are you? Are you seeing this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Whew. Let me just hide the text box real quick for the full. Okay. I'm good now. Now, let me see you without that mask. You don't need one here. No one already know the beauty that lies beneath it. With careful hands, Maria reaches forth and gently pulls my mask from my face. The moment our eyes meet, she lights up as brightly as the candles flickering all around us in our sacred circle. Ah, there's my lovely Lily, my diamond in the rough. So beautiful, so pure, perfect for any future queen should she desire it so. But just as you said, perhaps tonight I can fancy you as my very own princess to keep. The princess and the grand magician? I think there's something rather salacious about a princess seeking the touch of a magician. Perhaps it's because, while a magician is often all-knowing and encompassing, even they tend to stumble before such a beauty in their presence, and such desire. In the circle we've created, I sit before Maria as we gaze upon each other. I know what she truly wants for me, but how am I to deny what my heart desires? Tell me what's on your mind now, my dearest. How is it that I feel like you're the only one who truly sees me for who I am? If I were to look into the depths of my knowledge, I would say that it's your heart granting me such access. In all my wisdom, not even the finest of love spells or brews can ever replace the most potent love or desire. Be it whatever you want to call it this night, or we can just leave it for fate to decide upon it. In that moment, Maria draws me to her lips and makes my heart race. Well, you're blushing already. How precious. And yet, I can't quite seem to keep my face from growing hot either. Now, let's see how much more I can make you blush. As Maria leans in once more, her fingers weave through my hair until my tiara slips down. Ah, that's better. I like you just like this. No masks and no crown. If you were wearing your maid's uniform, I would probably squeal in delight. But at least in this gown, I can properly appreciate such a divine creature before me. Every kiss, every sigh, this feels like a dream. While her lips are gentle, there's a sweet layer of desire on every kiss. Soon, my own hand starts seeking her out, exploring her as she explores me. And when she hears my shuddering breath in her ears, she stops to hold me tight in her arms. You have no idea how much you captivate me, my dear. The way you let me capture those lips, I'm afraid I might become too addicted to you. Hi, Nordy. What you clipping over there, huh? What you clipping over there? What kind of shenanigans are you getting into over there, clipping? You saving that for something? Oh, but what an exquisite longing it would be. That mischief in her voice makes my heart sing. Clipping the reaction? Oh, Of course, it's the reaction. That's what you're clipping. Of course. That mischief in her voice makes my heart sing. Her touch, her grace, every way she stirs my senses leaves her name gasping on my lips. If tonight is all I have to show you what it means to yearn for someone's touch, then you must let me indulge for as long as I can. I only wish I had the nerve to ask you to pine for my touch once tomorrow comes. Definitely coming back to watch the VOD later, damn. Sheesh. Perhaps I just might, Maria. Pulling me close, Maria presses a breathless kiss to my forehead. If I can be selfish right now, then I dare to dream that we'll find a way to share such tenderness again. But for now, we must seek each other's touch as if we only have this moment to keep in our hearts. We fucked the grand maid. Returning to the masquerade as if nothing happened is proving to be quite the task. I can try to fix my mask and gown all I want, but surely that blush upon my face has yet to fade away. There's no way I can join in without someone pointing out my current state. Knowing my luck, it's bound to be Briar or an enemy who spots me. Besides, I think tonight has proven to me that the world I seem destined to belong to still isn't the one just for me yet. While the night is still young, the manor is far more quiet than usual. It almost feels abandoned until I turn on the lights and begin the process of undoing my disguise. I don't even know what I'm going to say to Maria should she come asking me about tonight. All I know is that I should be grateful to have this memory of tonight and what every other masquerade has offered me before. Perhaps it's not so bad leaving earlier tonight if it means having to pretend as if my life will return to its ordinary self once again like last time. The last thought strikes me right when I remove my mask and let it wisp out into the garden. I wonder how the rest of the masquerade will be like tonight. Will there be another beast for Maria to conjure and Callan to pretend to slay? Will Lyre be there to charm the guests until they've calmed down? Or am I just hoping that my presence hasn't steered them away from their plans? Don't you know that's why I'm here? My heart skips a beat at the first sound of his voice rumbling through these walls. Brother, you broke into my house? I don't care that you're trespassing. What the fuck? That's not possible. It can't be. But that shadow behind me just now, that has to be. Callan? Did you really think I hadn't figured it out yet? That you're that easy for me to ignore? How did you know? I think the better question is why you think I wouldn't find out if someone in the likes of Lyre could. I asked Mary to tell me, but the fact that she was silent about the maid who I've kept seeing around my palace was more than enough for me to investigate it myself. And there you've been, right in front of my nose, serving your household. Callan stops for a moment to look around the parlor room in near complete disdain. But you're not supposed to be a maid, are you? I wasn't lying when I said that before. I don't know entirely who I am. But you do know that you're not just a mortal, Dare. Why are you so mad at me, bro? Why are you so angry? You have as much of an inkling as I do about who you really are. And it's no Celestite fairy either. Not just any fairy in this realm is capable of such kinds of healing, especially against my own beastly afflictions. And most importantly, Callan gets down on the knees before me. You're the umbral fairy who I want by I fucking told you! What did I say? What did I say? Did I call it? Did I call it? Did I not fucking call it? Did I not piece it together? It's okay. You can call me a genius. That's fine. I expect to see you guys saying, wow, Dare is a genius. It's okay. You can say it. You can type it. There's no need to be embarrassed. It's true. I'm brilliant. I'm the Sherlock Holmes of our generation. That's true. That's true. You're the umbral fairy who I want by my side to bring the crimes against your royal family, the umbral clans, and to the mortals of Vesdim to justice. What do you mean by my royal family? What did I fucking say? What did I say? That's right. I'd like to see more people call out my genius. What a perfectly crafted, perfectly called out all along. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I could smell it. How do you even know this about me? If you accept my proposal, every answer you seek is yours. Dare detective always sniff the hint, yeah? All I ask is that we keep each other's secrets safe. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Is this your only condition of this proposal, Your Highness? What else is necessary right now? If If you let me take you back to the palace, I will keep you safe as I explain everything else. Only Maria knows about this, and she's agreed to help us. I only wish this proposal was more magical. Kind of a shitty proposal, man. More magical. I think that issue might have to do more with your foster family's choice of decor rather than my timing. Why can't it be both? Oh, so you just want a reason to blame me for not thinking through this entire plan? Yeah. You're gonna propose to me here? Now? Like this? Like, where's the romance? Where's the drama? It should have been underneath the night sky, under the stars, with the flowers blooming and the petals everywhere. That's where you should have proposed to me. Try again. Let's go to the garden and let's try again. Redo. Mind you that I only thought I had tonight to do it. I suppose it does suit our mutual situations, doesn't it? Sensing my silence, Callan tries his best to keep my hand in his grasp. If it helps, my choice to only promise you just your safety for now has nothing to do with you failing to capture my heart. While I suspect that your umbral powers may be the key to breaking my curse, I can't guarantee anything until I'm no longer able to answer the call of the penumbral beast. And what if I do manage to help you break your spell? Then we'll see whether we truly have what it takes to seize control back of our destinies. Just like in my daydreams, Callan clasps my hand to his heart as he remains on one knee. Will you marry me then, Dere? For both of our sakes. An arranged marriage. Fake marriage, fake marriage. Your Highness, Before I can give him my answer, we both hear the carriage stop outside. In a matter of seconds, the Obasteries are erupting into gasps of shock right at the door. Your Highness, in the flesh? But how is this possible? We only just left your masquerade. What on earth? And why are you... You're proposing to her? Is that some kind of joke? Gritting his teeth, Callan immediately stands to pull me into his chest, making his claim obvious. I take offense to you calling my engagement a joke. I'll explain anything now and you'll be hearing my formal announcement by tomorrow morning. As of right now, however, you've lost all rights to call my bride-to-be as your maid. I don't think I've ever seen my foster sisters this red in the face before. Then again, my own face is just as hot every time so much as I see Callan's hand on mine. Your Highness, with all due respect, will you at least offer us an explanation? After all, Dere is technically my foster daughter. So now she's your daughter, not your maid. Just because we had her filling in a couple of times when the rest of our staff has been quite busy, that doesn't mean she served us daily. I can sense Callan's fury rising, yet he's quick to put out his own inner fire with a heavy sigh. If you want an explanation, I clearly know what I'm willing to do to get what I want. And what I want right now is to take my betrothed back to the palace now that I've finally found her. As for anything else, I implore you to listen to tomorrow's announcements. Get your things, Dere. You're coming home with me. My heart sits in my throat as I rush upstairs to fetch my belongings. I don't know if I'll ever erase the Obasteries' faces out of my mind. They're beyond confused and angry. Meanwhile, I'm simply confused, but also strangely curious of Callan's plan. Just like he said, it'll be a marriage for safety above all else. So what does this mean for the one who truly has my heart? As I reach for the rose by my bedside, my hands fall upon a crystal envelope waiting for me. It can't be. But I thought that... Despite Callan waiting downstairs, I swiftly tear open the envelope. Once you arrive at the castle, all is not over yet. While it may change the course of our destinies as we know it, our love still has a chance to blossom under the moonlight. Maria! So trust in my words and in my heart, just as I am willing to trust yours and adore you with all my very being. The next day. Now that I lived in Australis, my life is nothing like the other two I have had before. Almost overnight, I've gone from waking up to a list of chores and tasks to prepare my foster sister's outfits for the next ball to now greeting the morning light at my leisure. With Callan and I indeed engaged, he had Opora prepare this room for me to stay in until our wedding day. It's almost surreal to even call him my husband-to-be, but he really did propose to me, even if this is merely an arrangement for now. The announcement of our wedding is already traveling far and wide. No doubt that the Aubusteres are still furious as ever, but they pale in comparison to the icy silence coming from the king and queen themselves. They weren't exactly angry with Callan, but not too thrilled about the news either. I do suspect, however, that Callan's sudden lack of time may have something to do with them trying to silently punish him for choosing me. As much as he's trying to spare a moment with me, they keep calling him away. Therefore, I'm left to explore the palace on my own. The first place I plan to visit is the library, to finally enjoy some books to pass the time. It's been torture knowing that such a marvelous place exists without so much as getting to spend a quiet afternoon inside it. Knowing me, I might just spend the entire time until Callan returns. As I immediately set to exploring, it's not long before I hear a pair of voices beyond a trove of books, just beyond the history section. Is this the one you were looking for then, Miss Maria? Yes, and you really could do without calling me Miss, Ari. So hi, Beathers, welcome in. If I ever told you how long Inflor lived for, you'd probably erase the very word from your lexicon. My apologies, Grandia Stella. It's taking some time to get used to. Just call me Maria, please. It's not like anybody else is watching. Or wait, there is someone here. Both of them rise from their seats just to greet me with a cordial smile, although Maria's fades more quickly than usual. I can tell that you've finally gotten some decent rest, my dearest. I made sure to tell Apora to fluff your pillows thrice while readying your room. Is there anything you need? I can send for it if you'd like. There's indeed something different about Maria. I almost hate to admit I very well know what that is. I'm doing quite well, actually, and the room is remarkable, far better than anything I've ever known before. But what? Oh, I just thought you were going to say that it was missing something. Yeah, you, on my bed. It's missing you, laying there with rose petals. Without warning, the two of us fall silent as we retreat to our thoughts. Maria's apprentice, Aris, is quickly sensing the change in her mentor's demeanor as Maria breaks herself from her trance to direct Ari to one of the sections. My apologies. We were in the middle of a bit of research. Do you mind checking how Australia Portal is doing, Ari? I just remember that neither of us thought to check it this morning for any possible attempts of invasion. Oh, we really didn't check it. We must have forgotten after going straight into all this research for the prince. Our great work. So that's what this is about. Callan did say Maria was willing to help with our curious arrangement and his plan. As Ari leaps off from her seat, Maria turns her with a fond look. I trust that you'll be all right with your observations, my dear. Should you have any issues deciphering what the stars are saying, you can call me and I will be right there. I suppose. I just hope you'll be back to your mischievous self soon, Maria. I don't know if I can handle you being any more polite than this towards my progress. Caught in the act, Maria keeps strangely silent as Ari bows in the direction before heading out. Even once we're alone, it takes a minute before Maria's gaze finally wanders back to me. Well, how have you been with all this news? I'm sorry if this changes things between us. I honestly didn't know what he was going to do, but say no more. We both understand what's at stake, especially now that you reside here in Australis. To be fair, I had some suspicions that Callan would eventually find out about your true identity, the more frequently you came to visit here. I myself just didn't know that he would propose marriage. But I thought that's what you wanted to happen. I was to say that I didn't expect him to propose marriage so soon, but he does have his reasons. What about you? What do you make of all of this? You know very well that I promised to help him find an answer to his condition, but I know the risks. The king and queen will not stand if your identity is exposed, but I highly suspect they already know more than Callan is willing to let himself admit to. Isn't this something that Callan should know about? We surely must discuss it. However, I would encourage you to pretend that you hardly know anything about the history of this palace. At the very least, it'd be prudent to let them know you're simply a lucky mortal maid whom the prince has become rather fond of. Surely you come bearing no threat to their precious throne. I don't think it'd be quite difficult to pretend when I truly don't know if I really am. Well, even if you have to pretend for them, just remember that you don't have to pretend to be anyone but yourself when you're with me. Almost automatically, Maria unknowingly brushes her hand along mine. Suddenly, even touch seems different now. Is it because I now know I'm far less different from someone like Maria than I ever believed? Or is it something else? Something more? How can I make you happy again? Maria, how can I make you happy again? What do you mean, my dearest? Of course I'm happy for you and Callan. I'm also relieved more than anything, if I can be honest. Also, hi, Bad Dragon. Welcome in. How you doing? I'm doing good. Since I began to suspect your identity, I began to worry about what could happen should you have stayed with that foster family. I just wish that... Yes? Well, I may have jested with Apora before about wanting to keep you to myself. Then again, I knew all this time that such a thing wasn't possible if you were to become Callan's help, remember? The tension is palpable between us, but neither of us wants to make the first move just yet. All I know is that with each second, Maria's forced expression is beginning to wither more than just the wave of sorrow beneath her gaze to reveal one of longing. Dare I... Maria finally brings her hand to my chest, her movements graceful even when she tries to collect her thoughts. Doesn't she realize what her touch is doing to me at this very moment? As my heart spins like a compass, Maria's heart keeps beating for the both of us at this fiery rhythm. I thought if it was just once, it'd be enough. What about now? Now Before she can think twice, Maria presses me against the bookcase and lets her lips drift along mine, quietly savoring the moment. If only I knew for sure that he loved you truly, then I would never do this. But until he lay claim to your heart, then there is a chance, isn't there? Or am I beginning to fall prey to my own whims? We can fall prey together. Do you even know what you're saying, my dearest? It's that you seek my affection even when we know that another could very well be holding their back out for your safety. Yet meanwhile, I'm the one who's quickly succumbing to such ideals. All in the name of desiring so much more than I deserve from you. In spite of her words, Maria doesn't pull away, not even once the gap between us fills. In a moment's breath, I taste her lips as she caresses mine. Dare, you have the power to leave me speechless and wanting more. I want to pull away, but I can't just yet. The moment I gasp into her neck, Maria silently holds me in her arms. Our minds are racing quickly as our hearts, the taste of each other so forbidden upon our lips. Now I'll be wanting more, won't I? We both have to pretend as if we don't know what more could transpire between us should we let ourselves go. And yet, I made the vow to ensure that both of you will receive my help to expose the truth, especially if this court will soon consider our actions as treason. In the event of such a thing, I cannot let my feelings erode the promises I've made. Knowing the goodness in your heart, you will do the same, won't you? After arriving home, a letter arrives for me. News travels swiftly through gilded cages. Now that I know that your heart is being swayed by not just words of seduction, but of power and ambition, must I warn you again of trusting such charades? While I've long admired your innocence, I'm beginning to question if you have not yet understood the game that you're trying to play. So why not seek me instead? Let me show you how a kiss truly feels when it's drenched with love and ardor, what a lover's touch can do to the senses when tangled between the sheets. Let me make you mine in the one place where princesses should not, the shadows enter inside. Oh my god. Bro, that's, whoa. That's dirty as hell, dude. That has to be from Liar. There's no way this letter isn't from Liar. Yeah, there's the print version of it. That sounds like Liar sent me that message. I need to think someplace away from the castle. I must prepare my bed chambers for my bridal fitting. I need some place to think away from the castle. Now that I'm here with dozens of gowns strewn all over my bed, it finally dawns on me that I've never properly prepared for a masquerade ball. There, I've been so accustomed to Maria's magic flower having to do all the work for me. It was the one who chose my dress, my hair, and my mask to suit every theme. And yet, now that I'm accompanying Callan for the next ball, I now have to deal with the fussing over what I'll be dressed in. Opora has been the most patient with me as I study myself in the mirror. How are you feeling in the topaz dress, my dear? The corset bodice seems to suit you perfectly, if I do say so myself. I do quite like it, but I'm still not sure if this looks presentable enough for when Callan announces our wedding date to the guests. If you're worried about what the prince will say, then don't. The only reason why he seems to have any flair for fashion is because the servants have had to convince him to wear a proper waistcoat to every function. As it stands, you're already poised to shine in that dress. It is a lovely dress. Then what's the matter? I only ask because you seem so hesitant about it. Dare I say that moments like these make me strangely miss the Albasteri garden? Then again, the flower I miss most happens to be just a few corridors away from me. As Opora tries to find a matching tiara, there's a knock on the door. Oh, perhaps the prince has returned? Surely he wouldn't come knocking knowing that your dress should be a surprise. The moment she unlatches the door, Maria pops her head in. Opora, tell me that Derry hasn't chosen an outfit already. As a matter of fact, we're still very much in progress. With a nervous laugh, she welcomes Maria inside to come inspect my current ensemble. Tossing her cape behind her, Maria carefully gets down on her knees to admire the hem. It does look quite beautiful on you, my dearest. Oh my god, Maria's seeing me in my dress. I'd say it's a good interpretation of Bejeweled Masquerade theme, is it not, Opora? I've been telling them the exact same thing, my Grandia Stella. But she does not believe you. Curious, Maria brings herself back to push a lock of my hair behind my ear. What could there possibly be wrong with your outfit then, my dearest Derry? You didn't choose it this time. Oh, that's right. I didn't. Well, you are in great hands when it comes to Opora. She's been the one also keeping a careful eye on the best dressmakers in town. Oh, don't be silly. You're always the brains of the operation, my Grandia Stella. You should thank Maria for being the one to ensure that the prince has the best tailor in Cellaroon. So that's what she's been up to instead of helping me choose my dress? If I had known that you'd make such a lovely fuss out of me not being here to play dress-up with you, then I would have offered sooner. Well, what if now's your chance? Oh, well, in that case. Say, Opora, may we have access to the royal jewel collection? Surely you can, but may I remind you that most of the jewels have been lent out to the other heiresses? Most of them have yet to return to them, as the prince's engagement announcement came so quickly. May we have access to the other collection, then? If you need assistance getting to the archives, Arya may be able to use a sort of charm to help you find it. Ah, yes, of course. To the archives, then. Excellent. Ari will meet you there. With a jovial bow, Opora makes haste downstairs to meet with Maria's apprentice. Is it that difficult to access the royal archives? For some precious goods, it could be quite the task. Between you and me, they didn't quite destroy everything after the war. They kept a few things from the old palace, things that the Celestites technically have no ownership over. You mean like the umbral jewelry? More than that, I'm afraid. With a somber sigh, Maria gestures for me to sit beside her on the bed. Oh my god, are you going to wear an umbral outfit? Here, let me see you. I do think you'll have earrings and perhaps a statement necklace. I would offer you some rings, but I'm sure that Callan will want you wearing his ring during the ball. I still wonder if maybe you can wear one more on another finger. I wish I could have brought the collections in here sooner so I could have you try out a few. Or I could just conjure a quick one for you. It'll be nothing special, but we can use it for reference. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Maria summons a tiny ring of lavender blossoms in the palm of her hand. She's putting a ring on my finger. Oh my gosh. The ring's petals flutter as she brings my left hand to her lap. Well then, where do you think we should put this ring on? Oh, you know what finger I'm going to say, Maria. The ring finger. How about on my ring finger? Maria stops, her eyes moving in a calculated manner. That finger shouldn't be an option, my dearest. And why not, if I was the one who requested it? Well, because my ring has no business taking up the space where another's beings will go. Even if you think that we're simply being playful here, you know that I know what you're trying to tell me and what I can't say here, not even if I want to. For a moment, I thought she was going to try putting it there. I'm left to wonder what it would look like if she did. As I get ready to take my hand back, Maria's fingers start to gently rake over mine. In the silence, we seem to understand each other. Perhaps why, in spite of her resistance, Maria says nothing as she loosely tilts the ring towards my finger. Suddenly, I'm glad I made it a bit too big. It'll make it easier for the ring to slip down and rest exactly where you asked me to put it, does it now? The moment I raise my hand, the ring of blossoms falls delicately into place onto my ring finger. It's beautiful like this, Maria. If only I could keep it on this finger. As much as I'd agree, perhaps you'll be able to wear it daily on your right finger instead. Then we'll both be spared the questions, as if we aren't already bound to incur some in the next coming days. Before slipping the ring off me, Maria lovingly brings my hand to her lips. Oh, Dare, exudes such warmth and brightness. The only way I can push myself through the day is knowing that once you share that throne, perhaps this palace will find its light again. I never got the chance to thank you for everything before. About my past outfits, my mask, and the chance to even attend a ball. Nothing would have ever changed my life without you. Oh, I'd say the pleasure's all mine, but that wouldn't be enough. I will always think you are destined for greater things. I myself have seen many rulers rise and fall where they've been pushed into power. But there are those who, in spite of their inexperience, make up for it with courage and kindness in their hearts. And that, my dearest, is exactly why a certain flower chose you first. As my heart swells, I only have a second long to hold Maria's gaze before she snaps her fingers, and the ring fades into thin wisp. No, my wedding ring from Maria is gone. No. Apora then returns with an elaborate box and Maria's apprentice, Ari, meekly in tow. We found them. These are the oldest ones they have and the most authentic. You certainly know how I feel about authenticity, my dear Apora. The two of them share a cryptic smile before Ari brings over another smaller chest. We also found this one with several unpolished stones. Not sure what they could be used for other than materials. Oh, now those I haven't seen before. Keeping a hand on my lap, Maria leans in and flips through the chest. What exactly are those, Maria? These were most likely stones set aside to be alchemically altered into precious stones. As they are now, they likely don't hold much value for them to be stuck in the royal archives. Do you think we should bring them over to be tested? That's exactly what I was going to suggest. It's no use letting them stay there. With a little polishing, we might even be able to use them for the upcoming masquerade. A most resourceful idea, my grandia Stella. I, for one, prefer we don't keep too many things stashed away to be lost to time. I couldn't agree more, my dear. If only this next masquerade could promise more peaceful moments like these. And yet, this restlessness only keeps getting worse inside my heart, knowing that Maria made a crucial point earlier. This whole plan, this masquerade, these events all hinge upon us being able to play our roles perfectly. There's no more room for me to believe that I'm simply a mortal maid. For when the time comes, I'll have to assume who I really am, not just for Callan's sake, but for Maria's too. After arriving home, a letter arrives for me. They bind you with glittering chains, don't they? Whatever saccharine words they're using to lure you seems to be working on you. But just wait until they spoil into venom. So why tempt fate any more than you have already? I see that true passion still stirs within you, even as you convince yourself that duty comes before desire. Should you find yourself sitting among the fine porcelain while pretending that you could ever be one of the celestial kind, do not be surprised if you see me ready to intervene. For no beauty of mine deserves to be chained down in strings of diamonds when she could be bound in silk scarves while being worshipped from head to toe. Oh, brother. Oh, shit. Bro's going crazy. This has to be Liar sending me these letters. This has to be. I can't imagine who else it would be. Sheesh. I thought Liar liked being tied down. I know he liked tying down too. Ooh, should I fix myself a cup of tea after such heated words, or should I search for a new book to clear my thoughts with? I think we gotta clear our thoughts. Oh, another letter. My bright-eyed one, have you truly forgotten me? Have I not tempted the forge between us? If only it was impossible to forget such beauty and mystery. You can't even begin to imagine what the scent of lavender does to me now, and how much more it'll haunt my dreams onwards. Are the gods truly that wicked to keep me from caressing your skin one more time? Had I known your heart was losing its fervor for me, I would have beckoned you with secrets only few dare to know, and relished behind curtains of the night. No! Desire once led me to you, but now its flames have been burnt out. No! I fucked up, didn't I? Oh, shit. No! No! Thank you for spending 4 hours with us. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I gotta fucking pull this up. Thank you for spending 4 hours with me. But also, fuck, I fucked up. Hold on. I gotta load my saves. Okay. I gotta load this one. No, did it resave it? Okay, we'll load this one then. Oh god, we have to skip so much. Okay. Oh god, I didn't save for a while. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. I can skip through all of this. God, I keep forgetting to save, dude. I'm so bad at remembering to save, Jesus Christ. And then prepare my sister's outfits for the ball. Skip. Not to promise me all over again. Skip. Speedrun. Maria. Skip. Okay. I came here to see you, not him. Skip. Okay. This is how you really feel about me. Skip. Okay. Can we share this one night? Skip. Okay. I only wish this proposal was more magical. Skip. Okay. We have so much to catch up on. Okay. Sorry if this changes things between us. Okay. How can I make you happy again? Okay. You can fall prey to them together. Okay. And then I need to think someplace away from this castle. I think is the one I picked, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. You didn't choose it this time. Okay. The ring finger. Okay. Letter arriving. Okay. And now we gotta make the tea. Should I fix myself a cup of tea after such heated words? Okay, now we gotta save. So I stop losing all my progress, dude. There we go. Okay, we're all caught up now. We're all caught up, and I saved. Queen Calmian didn't give me a choice when she asked me to join her for tea today. She simply gave me the time to meet her here, all so we could have a little chat, or so she says. To my surprise, we're the only ones here. It's strange to see it so empty, even a little eerie considering the times I've accompanied my sister. This place is usually filled with chatter. Even the sound of my spoon clinking against the porcelain leaves a hollow echo in this room. This is the first time I've ever been alone with the Queen. She and King usually seem so aloof in the castle, often pushing Callan to make appearances in their stead. But now I'm in the throes of becoming his wife, it's impossible to be invisible towards this cunning fairy. Surely she must know that I've been in this ballroom several times before, and not only as a maid. There's no way Callan could conceal that fact, not even if he tried to insist that I'm not the same guest who's caused a spectacle at her ball. In that case, how am I to interpret the Queen's silence on this matter? So, how are you finding Estelius? It's quite lovely, perhaps the most beautiful palace I've ever been in. Oh, isn't this the palace you've been to? At least from what Callan has told me, you've been primarily occupied with your domestic work at the Obasteri house. That must have been quite a lively home to live in, was it not? Definitely lively, Your Majesty. Oh, you're quite cheeky. Now that's something my son didn't elaborate too much on. You only told us a little bit about your time with the Aubustaries, who had kindly taken you in after the war. Will you define kindly then as well, Your Majesty? The Queen stops at her tea. Very, very cheeky, I see. Perhaps one thing I should be questioning about your time with them is whether you were ever properly educated on how to address the court. I suppose they didn't give me many opportunities to know how one does conduct themselves in a tea before the Queen. They were explicit about the honor being only reserved for my foster sisters. Somehow, I doubt that. From one mother to another, I can imagine that Lady Rodera must have had her reasons to protect you from embarrassing their good name, should you speak out of turn. If I were in her position, I probably would have done the same. She thinks she's slick, insulting me to my face like this, dude. She doesn't like me one bit, does she? I shouldn't be so surprised, not with how much Callan seems to be quietly disdaining both her and the king. Still, there's something painful knowing that she has no intention of welcoming me into this palace. Finishing my tea, I prepare to excuse myself. As I get ready to take my leave, the Queen silently summons Apora before us. Refill her, please, and no sugar in hers this time. Yes, Your Majesty. Apora is the only one to offer me an apologetic look in place of any explanation from the Queen. Unless this is the Queen's way of being petty. As Apora's teapot clinks against the teacup, Queen Calmian grows impatient. So, where is my son right now? I believe he's been in his study since this morning, ma'am. Has Miss Derry not had a chance to see him? Once Apora's tongue grew warm, I suddenly realized why the Queen never even asked her in the first place. She's trying to see who in this palace already approves of me, doesn't she? Maybe next she'll start following me to the library while Mary is around, or to the garden to see which knights I've since struck up in alliance with. Just then, 2 sets of footsteps clink towards the door, their boots heavy against the pristine floors. At once, Apora heads over to greet them. Your Majesty, Captain Azalea and Sir Lyre have some news from the palace grounds. Oh, have them come in then. We have plenty of tea. Clutching her helmet, Captain Azalea is the first to approach our table. She bows deeply before us as Lyre slowly moves beside me. It's been a while, hasn't it, Miss Derry? Forget the Queen's tone towards me. Lyre is far more suspicious. My apologies for disturbing your tea time, Your Highness. However, Sir Lyre and I have both just completed a survey of the surrounding forest. Oh, and what did you both find? There's indeed been some activity coming from the clearing, Your Majesty. We both suspect the penumbral beast has been lurking through these parts again, perhaps planning for another attack. Also, Psycho Bunny, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my god, were you also playing an otome game? Were you also playing? I'm pretty sure PF4 is also an otome game, isn't it? But welcome in, how was your game? How was it? Did you have a good time? Going to sleep? Yeah, no worries. Sweet dreams, sweet dreams. I'm probably gonna wrap up soonish myself anyways. We've been going pretty far. We're especially concerned about your next event since it won't just be any ordinary masquerade but a wedding ceremony. The second she mentions it, Lyre turns away from me. Meanwhile, the Queen feigns concern as she pretends to ponder over the news. Oh my, this is quite distressing to hear. It was fun. I started nodding off. Oh, yeah, get plenty of rest. Good night, Psycho Bunny. Sweet dreams. How will we ever truly be free from this? While Captain Azalea looks sincerely worried, Lyre seems far more annoyed than anything else. Considering how I know there's no beast lurking in the forest, then I have to wonder if the Queen put them up to this. Perhaps the captain doesn't know the truth, but Lyre's doing no favors in trying to sell this story to me. As the room grows awkwardly silent, Queen Calmian resumes sipping at her tea. So you're both certain that this has to do with the penumbral beast? Well, the energy left in its wake was a near identical match. Is there any chance that Prince Callan might consider postponing his wedding to a later date? How do you feel about this idea, Miss Dare? Why on earth are you asking for her opinion, my dear? Don't you realize she's only just now arrived at the palace? Oh, well, I only thought to inform her given the situation also pertains to her. Be it or not, we have customs to uphold. Also, Burner VT, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. What were you guys up to? Oh my god, you've come to watch me? You're playing Final Fantasy 14? Let's go. I hope you had a good time on Final Fantasy 14. Did you win? Did you win? Yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Such matters are hardly ever the future bride's responsibility to decide on her own. If Derry wishes to serve my son properly, then they should know when to hold their tongue unless he asks for their opinion. That's only if he cares to even need it. Both the captain and Liar exchange a look from under their breaths, each for a different reason. You're just doing a bit of Endwalker and then doing the summer event? Oh, exciting, exciting. I see, Your Highness. My apologies for forgetting that you'd since changed customs from the last monarchy. And how would you know how they conducted their business, my dear captain? After all, you're still newly appointed here. I may be one of the newer knights, but my former village had nothing but respect for King Vervian and his subjects. Is it all then, Captain? Oh my god, yeah. Dude, my theory absolutely has to be real, dude. I think I completely nailed my theory. It seems so, Your Highness. I'll let you get back to your tea. Taking back her helmet, Captain Azalea marches off first. It's not until she's at the door when she realizes that Liar is still waiting beside me. Are you coming or not, Liar? I doubt the Queen or Miss Derry would like an audience right now. Perhaps not an audience, but they might fancy a bodyguard, given our recent discoveries. There'll be no need for any bodyguards at this time, Sir Liar. I must see to it that I speak with my son immediately. Besides, I believe I've just lost my appetite. Without another glance, the Queen struts out the room. Now are you coming, Liar? Only if you give me a minute or two. I do believe that the prince's bride-to-be may need to be accompanied to her chambers. That would be a job for a maid to do, Liar. Last time I checked, armor isn't something that a maid normally wears. Well, if this is your way of trying to get me to take off my armor, then you might just get your wish. Actually, you doing that would have the opposite effect on me. Well then, I'm taking my chest plate off now. Fine, fine, you made your point. Just take her upstairs and I'll meet you back in the stables for our drills. Very well then. Liar quietly celebrates as the captain wastes no more time heading towards the door. Well, shall I take you to your chambers now? I'd rather Apora take me. I'd rather have Apora take me. Oh, you don't trust me? Are you afraid that we just might find an idea on how to make your stay here worthwhile? Please don't joke like that, Liar. It's already been quite the day. You and me both. Do you really think it's been so easy watching them parade you around this palace as Callan's prize? After what you witnessed just now, I highly doubt the Queen herself sees me as one. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about her spoiled son whose proposal you so quickly accepted. And for what? To live here among the Celestites who think you'd be better off waiting on them hand and foot? Never have I ever once stated I wanted to be a Celestite. No, nor am I doing this so I can be popular with the Celestites. You are projecting so hard, Liar. So hard. I thought you and I understood each other much more than this, Derry. That we both share a common enemy. Now I see that trying to convince you of anything has been worthless. If you actually cared, then you know why none of this has been as easy as you think it is for me. Before Liar can say anything more, a timid Apora approaches the door. Miss Derry, would you like some more tea? I think I've had plenty enough for today, thank you. Might I head upstairs instead? But of course, my dear, come along. As I walk past him without a word, Liar silently curses to himself and struts off the other way. The air thickens with anticipation, a false excitement for a destiny not truly your own. I have seen the shadows cling to these gilded walls, and I know the danger that awaits you by choosing to give your heart away to an unfathomable beast. While tomorrow marks your engagement, I refuse to let you trade your mask for a veil. I simply cannot let you lay with another when you have yet to know what the moon has witnessed in its wake. And I, for one, cannot release you until I've claimed your heart first. Search inside that very heart, and the choice is forever yours, my delicate rose of chaos. You shall find me in the shadows, yet where light remains. Oh my gosh. I must follow what's been set for my heart. No! Fuck! God damn it. Okay. God damn it. No, I fucked up. Oh my god, log. Wait, no, I have to pull up my save. God damn it. Does it rewrite my fucking save? That's so annoying that it rewrites my save when I fail. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh! It's so fucked up that it rewrites my save when I fail. Come on, what is the point of me saving if you're just gonna rewrite it? Okay, it's fine. I'll just pull up an older save. And go through all of this again. Jesus. They do so much because of... This has to be a bug. I feel like this has to be a bug. There's no way that they would just do that and just ruin... What is the point of a save, you know? If that's what they're gonna do to me. It's fine. We'll catch up. We'll speed run. Came here to see you, not him. Then go through. Okay. We're getting there. Okay. It's a good thing I remember all my choices. Okay, and then you get someplace far from the... Okay, we're gonna save here, so that way if we fuck up again... There we go. And then we'll also save this one too. That way if it overwrites, it'll overwrite on this one instead. God forbid it just keep my save. Okay. We're catching up. We're getting there. Again. Okay, we're basically caught up now, basically. Okay, and now I must be ready to look upon the shadows. So wait, no, I'm just fucked over either way? Oh, damn it. I locked myself out of it then, I guess. All right. Well, we'll end it here. I'll have to see if I can get an ending on my own then. But I do think I basically called the story so far. That sucks that locks you out of all of that too. Like, what is the... It's just a game over. Restart. Keep going. Okay. We'll just end it there for now, I think. I think that's what we'll have to do. Because I'm also starving. I've not eaten for like 7 hours. I haven't eaten in like 7 hours. Well, actually, because all I had is the last 24 hours I've had a sandwich. So I've had one sandwich. I need to make real food. So we're gonna raid out so I can make me some real food to eat. So who is online? There is Harper. There's also... Oh, it's Bellsprout's birthday. Yeah. We'll raid Bellsprout. Bellsprout does really cozy ASMR, and it's her birthday, so we'll raid and say happy birthday to her. That's what we'll do. Okay. So I'm gonna set up the raid for Bellsprout. Okay, so tomorrow I will be doing art stream if you guys want to come in and chill. We got some art and lo-fi and all them chill vibes. So hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow for my art stream. But if not, no worries. I'll see you when I see you. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. And good night.